second so I could just like. I'll be right back. I'm just
like go in with no lube. Disengage the lube. We're gonna have both. Hey. Ah! I get nervous. I'm currently about 3 chicken wings down. They did not put enough sauce on these wings, so I'm disappointed. What? I thought there was a way to do it, like, where you can just, like, start the stream. At least I think there used to be where you just, like, start the stream together immediately. Could be wrong, though. Let's click join. Oh no, it doesn't work. I already knew it didn't work. Well, no, it also just doesn't work with the Opera. Yeah, I do have it on. I do have like logged in and saved all the information on Firefox. It's just that I don't have Firefox open because I'm also not streaming. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this down to like a 1% because I can't stand hearing myself in your stream. Not only does it throw me off because not only does it throw me off to like when I hear myself speak again, I'm like, oh, what's that? But it also it just sounds awful. Why do people listen to me? Anyone who chooses my stream for any type of like consistency whenever I actually do stream is cringe.
Okay, Crooked, you might wanna slam share chat on. It's not on currently. Yeah, or share chat's on.
Yeah, I'm Crooked. Hi, Forsaken.
Did it freeze? Just type in test real quick. There we go, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do not look at the scuff. The scuff is not it. Oh no, I've already been scuffed. Oh no. Wah.
If you see any scuff, even the potential of it, blame Crooked.
Sag, all the scuff. I already have 4 scuff. Please help. Hello, I'm an alyona. Behold, alyona. Behold the bongo. I will bongo on top of Crooked and give him steppies.
It's all just say hello to each other like we haven't been.
No, if I hit big and bongo on my end, I'm literally just stepping on you, Crooked.
Oh boy.
Oh please, we
Oh,
we
thank
both
God.
would be on the floor if we both fought. Come on. Blah. Lord.
Yeah.
I might have introduced Cricket to a little special something that gives me and Erd a little bit more control than the way he was doing it before. Yeah, for a second. What are we waiting for? Can you use redeems on Crooked? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can. Listen, Cricket, it's a shared chat, so her redeems are your redeems. Don't be a come on, Cricket. Don't be a pussy.
No. There's certain. Cricket, you little femboy, don't protest so much. We all know what you really want.
Elliot, stop. You're gonna. Elliot. Be careful. If you talk too much like that, especially in a degrading way, he might bust the nut for live on stream. You'll have his own personal DSP moment.
No. So I have a good boy degrade and okay. Cricket, you're such a good boy. Don't worry. If we end up playing Night Rain, I'll take good care of you. Look, I read on Twitch that like you refunded Night Rain, so I thought that you like stopped playing Night Rain. You posted a whole thing on the Twitter. It said refunded. By the way, Recluse has infinite FP. I don't understand your fucking comment on that. So the way Recluse works, right? No, she has infinite FP. So the way she works, right, is every single time anybody takes any form of elemental damage, period, they get marked. You can siphon those marks for FP and motes of magic. If you're playing her correctly, you're constantly weaving through motes of magic evoker style from Dota, and you should have infinite fucking FP. Well, you should have infinite FP basically if you're playing her correctly.
Get like the Duchess and some of her.
Yeah,
the Duchess,
no.
I like how
she's the only class where FP does not matter, because like if you're playing her correctly, which is like you're not even using your like stabs and like you're not using your casting implements, you're literally using her like powers, right? If you're using her powers correctly, you should never run out of FP. Yeah, that's why when I read that comment, that's why well, see, the thing is, right, like, on her, like, because she's my second main. So, like, on her, I'm like, wait, how the fuck are you running out of FP? Like, she's literally an infinite fucking spell engine. What the fuck are you talking about? Now you know how she works. Anyway, let's...
I like the Revenant.
It was crystal clear to me. It's okay.
So, hold on.
Alyona, like Crooked.
Alyona, you have to remember, Crooked cannot fucking read.
That's true. Yeah, Crooked can't read. Crooked is a Yu-Gi-Oh player. As we all know, Yu-Gi-Oh players cannot read.
Yu-Gi-Oh players get actively penalized for trying to read.
Right, let's start this. Let's start this rodeo. Ten out of 10, Crooked. 10 out of 10. Gaber's little playground. I don't know. That sounds a little bit sus. You know,
This is better than when they just made the Smash with the Smash Bros dating app. Still better than that.
Yeah. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna pause the video. This needs to be fucking said. What did you just say?
There was a Smash Bros dating app that shut down by Nintendo.
This sounds like some fucking groomer shit.
Yeah, that's probably why Nintendo didn't want it around, because that's 100% what it was going to turn into.
Okay, I know what, I'm gonna move on from this. Like, I just needed to bring attention to that. Like, what the fuck did I just hear? Like, what? No, Crooked. No. Exactly. Get the hammer ready. Bonk. Anyways, let's just go. It's only Bob. Yeah. I don't know about that. Because like, so it's talking about the empire of mankind. I want to just point towards the fucking dark fucking Eldar.
Literally, they're not even the worst set of people in their setting.
Yeah, the dark Eldar though, like, yes, human centipede times 10.
Yeah, remember, this is a battle be like
which makes it not superstition anymore. Which literally makes it not superstition.
I said, yeah, it's not. I would say it's a setting where fucking Sisters of Battle can heal a Gauss Blaster wound by praying hard enough.
Oh yeah, there is a written record of that. There's a Sister of Battle that got hit with a Necron fucking like, fuck you disintegration beam, right? And she just prayed hard enough. And she was fine. Like, literally.
Yeah, for the, I think it was 9th edition.
No.
It was part of it.
It was from a book. It was from a book. Yeah, but she didn't fully recover. There's one in a book where she gets hit in the chest by a Gauss Blaster. Just starts praying, and then like she's perfectly fine. Like fucking like 6 chapters in, like there's no wounds, nothing. This is a battle of fucking OP. I'm just gonna bring that up right now.
They're OP. I love them. I don't know. I fucking love Sisters of Battle. I think they need more books. Ironically, I want an edition for the starter kit to be like some Xenos or Chaos bullshit going on, but then the Imperium side is the Sisters of Battle.
Yo, a game, no, hear me out. A game that is just Sisters of Battle fighting cultists would be fucking fun.
Oh, they have that, but it's a shitty VR game.
Imagine all the fucking bullshit faith powers you get though. Like,
oh, speaking of doing like 40k games, Crooked, you should run 40k TTRPG. Be our little war master. Be our little war master. Be our little war master, Crooked.
No. Rogue Trader, because they would let us get away with more bullshit.
That's true. To be fair, what's
Cricket.
What's the newest one?
This,
like Wrath and
this
Glory?
little cog girl desires fucking Xeno heresy. Please, let's do Rogue Trader. Look, I just want to graft Necrodermis to my body, okay?
Was it? If I recall, I think in the newest one was it Wrath and Glory. They have like rules, or I think the only rule is like as long as you can make it work, because they have like startings for like how to start as a rogue trader and shit. See if you want to like. I've never played it. I've only watched the people who were involved in the text to speech project them play it. Oh, excuse me.
Honestly, Rogue Trader is perfect.
Yeah.
Rogue Trader is perfect for that because like it has some pre-made stuff, but you'll also have a lot of sandbox tools to do stuff when you feel like it. Like it's great. So. Okay,
Yeah,
so the thing is, Wrath and Glory is designed for people who played a lot of Warhammer TTRPG already. It's the Veteran's Handbook. No, that's why I said Rogue Trader. Also because Rogue Trader is easier for the people who are less crazy Warhammer buffs like we are. Like, I don't see Roxy or Ellie or any of the others, like, knowing enough to handle, like, RPing in the Dark Heresy campaign. But I could totally see them being, like, a gang of fucking chaotic misfits that would definitely work in a Rogue Trader setting.
Alyona, I have a question for you.
Yeah?
Have you heard of Dames of Astoria?
Keep in mind, I'm usually asleep at this time.
Okay.
So my brain is chugging at like 15%.
It's
You need to refresh my brain a little bit.
It's a role-playing. It's like a Monster Girl role-playing game, where like it's like D&D but with Monster Girls.
No, I did not.
Okay.
Why are you saying this? Are you saying this because I'm a Monster Girl? Are you saying this because I'm a Wendussy?
Listen, that's part of it, but also because Crooked annoys me every time I send the fucking files that contain the rule books and shit at him. He just ignores it for like months and then forgets about it.
That's typical Crooked. That's typical Crooked. That's typical femboy, honestly. Yeah.
Yep. The rulebook even has rules for playing as a femboy. It's a class. You can. Well, at this point, you just gotta.
Oh yeah, no, it is utter
sake.
complete bullshit. It's written by somebody who does not know fucking Warhammer.
Well, I think it was just like really. Well, if I recall, because isn't this whole like. Because wasn't
the blind prayer, the rhetoric, and superstition part? The thing is, you can't call something superstition if it's fucking true.
Wasn't this whole line and everything like written like way like a long time ago? Like, isn't this like a pretty old like blurb? They just never updated just because it's been there forever. Might as well just keep it. Yeah, doesn't it?
It's a rip-off of the old one. This is a rip-off of the old one, yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm not. I don't. You see, I'm not gonna lie. For some reason, I thought the whole like bloodiest regime imaginable thing was still part of the old one.
No.
And all that stuff. Like,
no.
Oh, okay. Maybe I guess I just like gassed myself into it.
So basically what this is, right? Imagine something that existed. And then it went to a plastic surgeon, but the plastic surgeon completely fucking botched the surgery, and now they have a Michael Jackson nose. That's what this prompt is.
Okay, so like half of plastic surgery's got it.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, but no, was it like maybe because I knew it was different than that classic blurb. Maybe I was just like gaslit myself into like kind of mixing the more modern blurb and the old blurb together, and just kind of got confused in my brain.
Yeah, I mean, like, so the problem I have with this blurb right here is like it's blatantly false on like 6 different accounts in the 3rd paragraph. Like, if you know how things function in Warhammer, you read the 3rd one, you do like a triple take.
Okay, what you're saying is someone read Aaron Dempsey, was Aaron something Bowski's like personal opinion. Yeah, personal opinion on the Imperium, and said, "Oh, okay, that must be what the Imperium's all about."
Oh god.
Hot take: the Emperor wasn't a bad dad.
No. I'm gonna stop you there. Angron.
Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong.
I'm gonna point at Angron, point at the fucking Emperor, and be like, "You fucked up, dude. You fucked up." Also, I'm gonna point at Magnus. I'm gonna point at Magnus and point at the Emperor and be like, "You fucked up. You fucked up." And then I'm gonna point at Lorgar and point at the Emperor and be like, "You fucked up. You fucked up." I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going at this point. No. So what the Emperor chose to do, right, was treat him like a fucking mad dog and unleash him on a whole bunch of fucking planets. It basically reinforced all this crap.
Well, first of all, hold on. I like Angron, even like pre, post, heresy, everything. But here's the thing: he was a mad dog. He was pretty like open, okay with it. And honestly, everyone kind of got. Even the Emperor didn't like the fact that he would like unnecessarily exterminate whole fucking plans, basically him and the World Eaters. Like that's the part. Yeah, but then because the main thing that really was the nail in the coffin, no pun intended, was when he started slamming nails in his own sons. That's when like was the real last straw with all this he was doing. Well,
no. I'm gonna stop you right there, Cricket. That was Angron. That was all Angron.
Well, so
that was all. Angron forced them to do it. Angron forced them to do it.
No, okay, actually, no. Cricket is right. So they did choose to do it because they wanted to be like, because all the World Eaters wanted was to be loved by their dad. That's all it was. The World Eaters are literally just daddy issues personified from the top down. All right. And so all they want to do is be loved by their dad. So like, if we be more like Dad, he'll love us more. So they slammed nails in their head and then like went fucking crazy. And there were obviously the psychers couldn't do it because the nails did not like psychic powers as fucking all. Yeah, and then like there were some that they didn't really want to do it, and like there was like some pressure from everyone involved. But Angron was Angron was a little bit kind of like not like forceful about it. But you also have to remember like Angron didn't even treat his legion like his sons. That's why he always referred to them as his little brothers, and he never like actually wanted anything really much to do with them. So
the thing is, I'm gonna do a little bit of a walk back, right? And it's, if you look back, there were several legions that were completely expunged for being too fucking dangerous.
To be fair,
why the fuck was Angron not fucking expunged?
To be fair, we don't know the 100% the exact reason why those 2 legions were expunged. We just know that they were.
Well, there's also the pre-legion thing. Like at one point.
Wait, the what? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. The what legion thing?
There was something that the Emperor of Mankind used before
the Thunder Warriors?
Legions. The Thunder Warriors, yeah.
Yeah.
The World Eaters are less volatile than the Thunder Warriors were.
Including fucking Space Marines.
Well, yeah, but like, the thing is, right? The Emperor of Mankind should have had the foresight to be like,
fair,
okay, I know Khorne exists. Like, the Emperor knows Khorne exists, right?
Yeah.
He should have had the foresight to be like, I need to execute fucking like this guy who's
But Amazon wasn't doing anything different than even all the most loyal,
rage.
I mean, but a lot of the fucking like legions are like have like big bouts of like all embrace like a little bit of rage when you're fighting and stuff, and or collect like little like skull trophies and stuff.
A little.
Like
we're talking about literally the embodiment of rage because that's all the nails will fucking let you feel.
I mean, to a certain extent, that's true. Like, well, because you make you happy when you're killing people. And started working together. The gas. On the at least they had the foresight to gaslight.
No, there are undivided Daemon princes prior to the 41st millennium.
Yeah, so
they worked together before because in order to create one of those, they had to work together. I'm talking about undivided Daemon princes. They existed prior to
Be'lakor. Be'lakor is the most famous.
Be'lakor was yeah.
So I think it was just like old like fantasy lore, but I kind of preferred it when the lore for like Be'lakor was like, yeah, he's like the one and only undivided demon prince because he was just such a dickhead. They said never again. Wasn't Zinch also there? And Khorne fucking hates Slaanesh. That's like their whole thing.
Oh, okay, so you have to keep in mind, all of lore for Warhammer at one point was written by the original creators of Warhammer having these games together. That's why it's literally called the Great Game.
It is
But
a
what?
pretty big
But what? But what?
Oh, you can't hear me at all? Oh, I've been muted this whole time.
Oh, you muted for your chat? That's
I've been muted for my chat this whole fucking time.
hilarious.
Oh my god.
Nixie, did you get a chance to take a look at the thing I sent you? by the way?
I'm gonna need you to send me a recording of all my stuff that I set up to this point.
Nah, it's funnier this way.
I can stitch it in. I can fix it.
You can stitch it in, you say. You can stitch it in, you say. Go check it in a bit. All right.
Oopsie poopsies. Bastion, you were listening to my stream. Why didn't you tell me?
Typical. No,
I have you
Bastion
on.
was on
You and
my
Alyona
end.
both
Bastion
on
was on
1%.
my end.
I can't
I am
believe.
technically in both streams. Both of you are like 1%, so I don't have to hear myself.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I want you guys to still get the view count, but I also don't want to hear none of it.
Oh. You know what I should do? Hold on. I'm gonna play some Buzak. I'm gonna play some Warhammer Buzak. It makes perfect sense.
The Boozak?
The Muzak.
The Warhammer music. Okay.
let's play the song of my people. Let's play the song of the call girls, okay?
The betrayal. I can't believe I've been left out to dry by everyone around me. Anyway, and we're talking about like, the lore is written by many of the games. That hasn't been a thing for a very, very long time. Like that hasn't been a thing since first edition Warhammer, maybe second edition.
Look,
And the lore
I'm
changed.
old, okay? Look, you don't have to rub it in my face. I know I'm old, okay?
We don't need. I'm not saying this to say that you're old. I'm just saying to say that the rogue trader, a lot of the rogue trader lore isn't really canon anymore. A lot of it has been shunted out the window.
There's like tiny bits and pieces here and there, and like recently the Sagittarius armor coming back as
The Saturnine armor.
Saturnine. What did I say? Sagittarius.
You said Sagittarius.
Yeah.
Whatever. I like mine better.
Okay,
Fuck you.
so we all know what Bastion's, zodiac symbol is.
all those fucking Sagittarius people have been written into the lore.
The Sagittarius has been recanonized.
Just that star sign, no one else. Rest of you go fuck yourselves.
Oh, was it? I don't know who posted this. I saw something on Twitter earlier where it's like, who would win, Gilgamesh or the Emperor? And my first thought was like, well, I mean, it's basically just the Emperor fighting his younger, more brash self. So I guess it's a tie.
Yeah.
No.
Do they mean like anime Gilgamesh, or do they mean like?
I don't agree with this. The Emperor would beat the shit out of Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
The Emperor has enough psychic power to literally Thanos snap planets. Like, I'm sorry, Gilgamesh can't fucking beat that shit.
The issue is Gilgamesh is a very physical combatant. Like he has treasures from all over the place, but it doesn't really matter when the Emperor just looks at you and your eyes melt from your fucking skull.
Exactly. Brain burst, baby.
Yeah.
That's why I said, like, it's him fighting his younger, less refined self. He didn't learn how to use that stuff yet.
He throws the sword at him and he just kind of slaps it out of the air. Or doesn't even slap it out of the air, just stops it with his mind and then sends it right back faster than he can even see.
Let's assume the Emperor chooses to sword fight Gilgamesh just to like prove how much stronger he is. A single swipe of the Emperor's sword sunders fucking reality.
It does do that. It's a very the Emperor is fucking a 15-foot tall genetic anomaly made up of fucking souls of a bunch of different of a tribe that was long lost to history.
The Emperor's sword sundered reality and just destroyed a large part of the Nurgle's garden. I'm sorry, Gilgamesh has nothing on this. A single swipe of the sword, his soul no longer exists.
My counterpoint is Gilgamesh also has the Emperor's sword.
Yeah, but you're saying anime Gilgamesh and 40k Gilgamesh are the same Gilgamesh, but he does have a sword that does also sunder reality though in the anime.
In the anime, yeah, he also has the ability to like crack and destroy all of reality.
Yeah, he can do that too. But I mean, I would just say it's more of a. I would say it's more of a tit for tat sort of thing. Gilgamesh in a straight up using all of his arsenals can't compare to the Emperor's psychic might. And if we're talking about like a straight sword fight, he's 15 feet tall and built like a shit brick house. Gilgamesh does not stand a chance.
Let's not talk about the biomancy on top of that. Like, let's not talk about the biomancy
and all that stuff. I'm just talking about like the straight physicality of the Emperor versus the straight physicality of Gilgamesh, right?
Yeah.
You both of them using their reality rending swords. Let's say those cancel each other out, right? He still has to deal with the Emperor being the Emperor.
Yeah.
Which is pretty hard. It's gonna be. Let's just say Gilgamesh is gonna be an uphill battle. Anyway,
it's like if you have Crooked fight me. It's not gonna be a fair fight for Crooked.
Oh yeah.
That's like, I throw dirt in your eyes.
The whole basis of like the original story of Gilgamesh was probably just based off of like the Emperor when he was just young and running around doing stupid shit because he could.
Because he could.
Yeah, he was still just like a tribal warlord. Like,
I love all those Emperor memes. I love all those Emperor memes, like the Emperor in normal society before he became the Emperor, and he's just like a fucking giant ass guy just walking around society.
Yeah, I think I saw one where it's like the Emperor would try not to get involved. It's him working as an accountant.
Yeah, it's like him working as like an accountant with a shirt that doesn't fit him.
My favorite. My favorite one is someone like.
The thing is, you say a shirt that doesn't fit him. I say it's fucking fitting perfectly fine. Look at that crop top. He's fucking rocking that shit.
Look at those chiseled pecs, man.
I still say my favorite one is when they turned like into like a video where it's like the Emperor and like Malkador like essentially saying goodbye and just them with all their adventures and just them doing a bunch of fucking stupid shit. Like there's one where they like
I love that video.
Kamarad, like stealing like a jet bike from the fucking Dark Eldar. Them during, like,
stole a bunch of shit from the Dark Eldar.
I'm gonna quickly bring up one point. The Dark Eldar jet bikes are fucking badass.
Oh, I love the Dark Eldar. I love the Dark Eldar's aesthetics with its vehicles and like its weaponry. I don't like playing them as a faction. They're basically like a toothpick. But
no. I want to bring up one point. Homunculus.
Homunculus are pretty sweet.
Yeah,
Homunculi are sweet.
So the few times I played Warhammer 40k TTRPG, right?
Right.
I play as a Magos Biologus. Right.
Right.
I play as like a fucking like tech priestess.
Yeah, you're a tech priest about
like,
biomech, or you're involving bio stuff.
Yeah,
I always try to study Dark Eldar fucking like homunculus tech.
So you're a tech heretic is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. So I would figure out ways to like clone and graft extra arms onto myself. I would find a way to like condense my musculature so I have like a crazy high natural strength. Like
no, Inquisitor. This is merely all natural technology, I assure you.
I found it somewhere. Don't worry about it.
I did this all to myself. I am perfection. What are you talking about?
Listen, I am definitely someone who enjoys like the Dark Eldar lore more than like doing a lot of stuff with the Dark Eldar. My favorite one being when they interacted with the Tau. Also, I think it's funny the Tau tried to invite the fucking normal Eldar.
Oh, right, when the first interaction with the Dark Eldar.
Yeah, but the Dark Eldar, like, yeah, we'll be friends. Hey, give us some ambassadors because we helped you.
Hello, Juicy.
What they do? They repelled something. They helped with the Necrons, I think, right?
I think it was orcs. I think it was an orc thing.
No, orcs. Either way,
it was Necrons.
Oh, yeah, so they sent some like was it? Whatever it was. It's the important bit is what happened after. It's the Tower like, yeah, we'll send some ambassadors. It'd be great. We'll make good friends. And Dark Eldar came back to help with a different fight. And this time they brought monsters with them to help fight. It's a little bit weird, kind of gross, but whatever. And they took a closer look and they realized, wait a minute, these are the ambassadors. And they realized all the Dark Eldar were gone. And suddenly they're getting a distress call from one of the crew, one of the worlds that the crew are occupying. And so they rush over there, and all they find is an empty planet except for one area with a giant pile of bodies just spelling out "Welcome to the Welcome to the play" or something like that.
It was like the carnival, like the corpse carnival.
Welcome to the carnival.
Yeah, welcome to He's basically just like Jack Baker's "Welcome to the family, son."
Yeah, it would have been more meta if they wrote "Welcome to the 41st millennium."
You don't have to be here this early. I know you normally are not awake at this time. I understand if you're not here for the full Warhammer stint. if you need to sleep, dude. It's cool. Like, leave me on alert. Like, put me on mute. Go to sleep.
We should probably continue this video because we have gotten wildly off topic.
Yeah, but we're still talking about Warhammer. We're not like off
track. True, but we can advance from this third paragraph, I think. Fucking 40 minutes in with 3 paragraphs in. The most dreadful of Imperial defenders are the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. They are humanity's last batch against terror. There is no time for peace, no respite, no forgiveness. We have no time for this, man.
This world also is wrong because they have pleasure worlds. They have like worlds just for vacation.
That's true.
Yeah, they do, but that doesn't.
To be fair,
I know why. What it really means by
nobles. Those are created by corrupt nobles. They're not really like.
Well, yeah, but like there's
Oh,
no, I get what they're doing here, but it's just like the original tagline was better, and also the Imperium's last bastion against the Terror. The Imperial Guard would say otherwise.
All right. Yeah. Literally the Imperial Guard. Wasn't so many Imperial Guard.
Wait, no. The Imperial Guard are the first bastion to terror. They're the first contact. They're the first.
No.
To be fair, judging by how many worlds get obliterated when it's just Imperial Guard on there, they would beg to differ.
First.
No, listen. That's because the Imperium, they need time to mobilize, right? So they need to lose a couple worlds so they figure out, this is what's going on. This is how many we need to send to the next world that's going to get attacked.
I do find the way the Imperium measures its response against invaders to be one of the, I don't know how to describe it, like the funniest but dystopian fucking pieces of lore to really, I just find it really funny, to be honest. Where they get one planet invaded and they kind of, because of how vast the Imperium is, how big it is, they don't really care how many planets, they don't really care about losing a lot of planets. So they're kind of just like, okay, we lost that planet. All right, we'll send this much there. Didn't work? Okay, then we'll send this much there. Didn't work? Okay, we'll send this much to the next planet. And like, they'll lose like 10 planets before they finally salt them and then work on repelling them and then retaking those planets again.
Yeah. Like, that's what the, oh fuck, what was, oh my god. The one with the Tarnith books, where the Blood Pack show up, whatever crusade that was.
The Tanith. You're talking about the Sabbath World Crusade.
Yeah, Sabbath World Crusade.
Imperial Guard. What is your favorite Imperial Guard?
Kevlar Slumdogs, I think was what they're called. I'm trying to blank on the exact name, but they're a Penal Legion. That their punishment for being in the Penal Legion, if they fuck up while in the Penal Legion, is getting sent back to their planet.
Dogs is what you mean.
Savlar, that's it. Savlar Chem Dogs. Their punishment is they don't get executed. They get sent back to their home planet because that's how shitty their planet is. That's their punishment for their Penal Legions. They go, we'll send you home if you fuck up.
They go, please don't. Please no.
Please let me die in the front lines.
Might be a little bit basic bitch here, but Krieg.
Krieg is pretty cool. It is a bit basic bitch of you, but it is pretty cool. I would say that it's only really like that because of how popular Krieg has become recently. And like,
well, I always been a fucking like whore for the gas mask aesthetic. And like they're so fucking dumb. Their commissars' jobs are literally to save their fucking troops and prevent them from charging you. As opposed to every other fucking commissar putting a bullet towards everyone's head being like fucking charged.
Yeah, the commissars are put in an awkward position because they're supposed to inspire the men, and then the Krieg are always just like, but we're already going. I'm already going forward.
Yeah, we're already ready to go. What's the problem?
Like the thing is, like, the Krieg will look at a fucking, like, Terminator, like Chaos Terminator, right?
Yeah.
And be like, we'll do it. And then the comments, I was like, no, get the fuck back here. Don't fucking waste yourselves. Stay.
And then you go, Captain, my commissar is denying me my rightful death.
Exactly.
What I do like about the Krieg though is like, 'cause I know like the whole like their cult of sacrifice gets beamed to like the like it's Flanderized, the cult of sacrifice, right?
Right.
I do feel like the Krieg things are Flanderized, but I do like the fact it's like they're 100% down to die, but they're also like don't want to die retardedly.
Well, they're like the Slayer cults for dwarves for Warhammer Fantasy lore.
Yeah, they're not afraid to die, but they're also not gonna like just commit unnecessary suicide.
No, true. But the thing is, like, 40 Kriegsmen could probably do some damage to a Terminator.
Oh, yeah,
no.
Just the weight of bodies would be enough to really deal with a Terminator.
They probably are all charging it with suicide grenades.
Oh yeah, well,
yeah, true. They probably would just melt it. They probably would just all melt the charge that bitch.
That's what I'm saying. They'll probably do some damage to the Terminator because they're charging it with suicide grenades.
The Krieg is very much like the Slayer cults, where it's not about. It is about dying and reclaiming your honor in death, but it's dying in a way that advances dwarven kind for the Slayers for Warhammer. You have to die. You have to die at least like in a good battle. You can't just like roll over and die or anything like that.
That's why the Krieg are so gung-ho to give their lives in a fight.
Yeah.
Like, that's why they see a Terminator, they're like, it's my time. And then the Congress
I can hold them off, don't worry.
I must go. My people need me. Get the fuck back here.
Yeah, that's when the Commissar points a gun at their foot and be like, I'm gonna cripple you and send you back to the fucking planet if you don't fucking stay back.
I will cripple you and make you work at the factory. Get back here.
Yeah.
I have.
So Alyona, I have a question for you since we're talking about favorite things. What's your favorite Space Marine chapter? It could be Chaos.
Raven.
Too.
It's a Raven.
Raven guy.
Yeah.
I
love my boy Corax and the fact that
I haven't even gotten to say my favorite guardsman faction yet. You guys are moving on to your favorite Space Marine chapters. I can't fucking believe you guys.
Oh, sorry. What was yours?
I was kind of cross between the Mordian Iron Guard and the Armageddon Steel Legion.
Oh, those are good picks too. Well, hey, on the bright side, depending on how this upcoming Crusade book ends, you might not have to pick between the two anymore.
That fucking book it's just the first war of Armageddon again.
Except now there's more chapters involved. Now the Black Templars are there too.
Yeah, now the Black Templars.
God, Crooked, I'm sorry, but one of your favorite legions are gonna get annihilated.
To be fair, it's gonna be like the same thing that happened the first time with the Armageddon Steel Legion, and when Angron showed up there the first time, which all those Steel Legions got annihilated, but there was a bunch of other Armageddon Steel Legions all over the place, so they'll be fine.
Yeah, they're kind of like Cadia, where they established like a Neo-Cadia.
Yeah, it's gonna be Neo Armageddon.
Neo-Cadia.
Yeah, because they did establish Acadia too. I don't remember where. It wasn't that far from the original Acadia either.
Well, I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be that far from Acadia.
We're gonna have Acadia 2 Electric Boogaloo where it fucking gets blown up again.
Don't worry. Abaddon's gonna fucking Beyblade another Black Fortress into it. It'll be fine. But the God, that fucking I saw parts of that book and it looks fucking awful.
Yeah, they did think they did change, fix some of the stuff later on, they kind of because originally it was in the campaign book, right? All that lore stuff happened, right?
Yeah.
And then later on they released the actual novels.
A lot of Cadians were in that fight, right?
They were called as much as
the Inquisition does not like it when fucking normal people see fucking daemons.
No, they don't. Well, but also after the whole Eye of Terror ripped the whole universe in half. They kind of changed some of the rules about what was going on a little bit. But also, I think Cadians, since they were always there defending the Eye, I think they might have been giving a slight exception.
Yeah, Cadians have an exception from the Inquisition when it comes to seeing demons, because the Fortress World of Cadia would always fucking see demons.
Yeah, because they're constantly being bathed in the light of the Eye of Terror.
There's usually outside the realms of the Eye of Terror, or the resource, or the Badab sector, for instance, where they are usually more persnickety about that. The what?
Yeah.
Well, that's why the Cadians had that mutation, though. That fucking purple eye mutation was because of the Eye of Terror's warp mutation over time.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why Cadians have purple eyes.
What the purple eyes do is basically it lessens the visual impact of seeing warp phenomena like demons and stuff. It doesn't impact them psychologically as much.
You may have your demon reason. You may think you're driving me insane with your warp visions, but I developed special eyeballs. Fuck you.
Literally, I developed special eyeballs for this shit.
Who would win? An eternal space demon who has been around since the dawn of time, or a genetic aberration?
Well, okay, so you say been around since the dawn of time, but that's not how demons work.
No, I know. I'm making a joke. I'm memeing.
Simultaneously.
No, I'm just memeing here. It's just kind of funny with just having my evolutionary adaptation has made me fucking immune to the demon's nonsense.
So speaking of consequences of the war in heaven, I do like how was the Nightbringer?
We're going back to the war in heaven
because he killed so many people that killed
the fucking war in heaven. The Necrons and the
talking about being wildly off topic from Space Marine 2. I like how we can talk about Space Marine 2 and explain all the lore tidbits. Now, if you open your books back to the war in heaven.
Listen, first of all, this is how school works, all right, motherfucker. They talk about one thing.
We're talking talking about lore obscura at this point. Warhammer is obscure shit. Are you
Listen,
kidding me?
all I wanted to bring up was like, I like how, because of the War of Heaven, and all the shit that the Nightbringer was doing, that it fucking left a psychic scar on every being in the galaxy, so that's why the Grim Reaper looks the way he does.
True. No, I wonder if that's still canon or if that's part of old lore, because that's
Listen, as far as I know, it hasn't been retconned, so it's still part of my lore.
Part of old lore. I think that's been scrapped.
I don't care. It's true in my heart.
True. The writers have already said the writers of Games Workshop have already said lore doesn't exist anyway, so we don't have to listen to them.
That was completely scrapped when they revamped Catan.
No. Yeah, but the writers of GW said that the lore is not real anyway. So I'm just saying, do we really have to listen to them when they say it's been non-canonized? I don't think we do.
No, we don't, but like it's never been touched upon, it's never been looked upon, it's never been like brought up in normal conversation. That's why I said
it was brought up in the Altering books.
We're talking about Embodiment of Death?
We're talking about the Uriel Ventress saga. Yeah, I got her with that one. Uriel Ventress, when he in the first Altering book involving him, right? His Altering books. He fought the Nightbringer, a shard of it at least, and it had that impression on him about being the Grim Reaper, the embodiment of death, yada yada, all that stuff. That was in his book. All I'm saying is, Uriel Ventress is still canon.
Again, I'm going to point out, fair enough, you got me.
Yeah!
I fucking forgot about that book. Like, fuck.
Oh, I love Uriel Ventress's books. They're so good.
I'm just gonna bring up though. This is definitely lore obscura still, though.
Now then, we were going to talk about Captain Titus, but now I'm going to gush about Uriel Ventress. Now I need you all to pull up your Ultramarine books from 2004.
No. I don't know. We're good. Let's continue the script. Let's continue. I'm hitting the play button. We're continuing the script.
Hitting the play button. I can't keep this going. I think you hit pause right when I hit play.
It didn't start playing for me, so I pressed the play button just now.
Cream cheese bagels. Oh, that sounds really good right now, actually.
Also,
by the way, hello, Ender.
So I know people are speculating that the Necrons were going to at some point show up to be able to fight in Space Marine 2.
That would have been so fun.
Yeah, but at the same time, the Tyranids probably wouldn't have shown up that was actually one of these.
Yeah,
they would have like 2 worlds invaded, and everyone would have been like, why are they ignoring the third world? And that would be kind of funny. This is the third world.
I would accept it. If they added Necrons in here, I would accept it. I don't care if it would have been really cool.
Yeah. Even if... Wait, what?
Okay. I'm back from the dead with David, your sandwich.
You brought up the Necrons and the Tyranids, right? The thing is, the reason why Tyranids avoid anything Necron period is because Necrons destroy all biomass.
Yeah, that's the Necrons are a natural counter to Tyranids.
Yeah, the whole modus operandi of Tyranids, right, is to gain more biomass.
Yeah,
so for them to fight Necrons, it's literally like, why the fuck are we here? Get away from us, bye. There's no reason
I do love the theoretical battle between a Necron fleet versus a Hive fleet, because if a Necron ship gets
win.
The what?
Necrons win, hands down.
But like, if the Necron, let's say the Necron ship gets bitten onto by a Tyranid, and it's a funny thing of who would the Necrons be able to regenerate on their ships fast enough to fend off the Tyranids endlessly pouring out gaunts and biomass, bio creatures?
So the answer to this question, right? The answer to this question is the Tyranids should just spit them out.
Yeah, because even if that happened, right, and then let's say the Tyranids actually managed to smash the Necron fleet, depending on how much damage the Necron fleet did, it's still a lot. It's a
net loss for them for sure.
Yeah, because
that's wrong with a Void War for Tyranids in general. Tyranids hate Void War.
Yeah, it's hard for them to regain their shit.
Tyranids suck at Void War.
Well, their modus operandi is literally we shotgun blast out gene stealers and lictors to try to find a world somewhere, and most of them will perish in the void, never to be seen again. But some of them will find a planet.
Krakens on Fenris.
So the thing is, right,
maybe,
like,
we don't know.
We have no idea.
If Necrons and Tyranids were, like, say a Tyranid bites onto a Necron ship by accident, after, like, the first few moments, it'd be like, we made a mistake, we need to spit it out, and immediately.
No, I'm just talking about, like, the theoretical of who would win in that situation. Not really like the reality of it. The reality of it, yeah, the Tyranids wouldn't even bite onto them probably. But I just like the idea of the Tyranids endlessly pouring out gaunts, and then the Necrons endlessly reviving, and then seeing which one would last longer. So
the answer is Necrons would win, and the reason why Necrons would win is because how the disintegration beam effects work. Keep in mind, if they're endlessly pouring out gaunts, sure, but the disintegration beam goes past all of them into the ship itself and damages the ship.
True, but it depends on if it goes that far. The higher level disintegration beams, like Gauss cannons or heavy Gauss cannons, I could believe that. But regular Gauss flares, they usually get stopped at one body. They don't usually have punching power.
You said a Necron ship as a whole Necron ship. You're going to have Gauss flares and shit.
Yeah, they're going to have fucking like the lightning whips.
Those are going to be there. Those are going to be there. That's going to be part of it, right? So because that's part of it, the Necrons win.
Well, so would the higher biomass forms, such as
it doesn't
Carnifexes and things like that.
Yeah, no. Like,
the issue is the Necron tech, the way it works, it hard counters the Tyranids on such a high intrinsic level that, like, it's not even a matchup.
Yeah, it's really not. Like, it's the reason why they're the best Xenos.
I see the bias over there in the corner.
Listen, I will not deny the Necrons are my favorite Xenos, alright?
I may not have any bias whatsoever. Ignore me crafting this Necrodermis spine to my body.
Listen, Necrons are my favorite Xenos, alright?
I'm surrounded by Necron lovers.
You already know I love all things Xenotech. I am the Xenotech heretic. I might also worship Slanesh and Zage. Do not look at my perfection. Do not look at it.
You're a fucking mess is what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is you're a fucking mess over there of just slapping together all kinds of bullshit together. And then also, by the way, chaos powers. Woo!
Also, speaking of Lore Obscuras, right? I don't even know if it's canon anymore, but I do like there's like the one like little short story where one, like, I guess Necron Overlord woke up deranged and said, I'm gonna wake up my Death Star, and start going around fucking shit. And then that's just what he did. He just rolled around for a while.
Oh, you're talking about the one where the Void Dragons died.
Is that what it was from? I can't remember. All I remember from any of it was there was a Necron Overlord or whatever who had a Death Star, and it was just going around blowing shit up.
Yeah, I remember that got destroyed. That was destroyed. That was the end of the Void Dragons, because the Void Dragons did with their entire chapter, did a suicidal charge into the Death Star and destroyed it from the inside.
See, I didn't remember what the name of the chapter was. When you start talking about the Void Dragon, I thought you were talking about the Necron's Void Dragon.
Not that one.
That's why I was confused. I'm like, I don't remember that, but hey, I mean,
don't worry. There was no overlapping in names at all.
Creating Necrons.
The what?
What?
Sorry, Alyona, what'd you say?
We're talking about Void Dragons, the Space Marine ones, right?
Yeah, the Space Marine ones.
Yeah, the ones that got completely fucked because they were fighting Necrons.
Well, they fought against the Necrons' little Death Star thing, and they chose to sacrifice themselves to destroy the Death Star.
Which, by the way, had like a 0.00001% chance for success.
But it worked. Yeah, okay, you can argue the odds all you want, Alyona. It worked.
If I remember correctly, there's a tech priestess that fucking like things like, this is a horrible mistake. Like, you have a 0.00001% chance for success. This is not a good idea.
Yeah, then the chapter master picked up the Voxhorn and said, "Never tell me the odds," and he drove his ship into it.
Yeah. He took a shot at Hennessy and he drove fucking right in.
Basically. He's like, oh, there's no lube. Don't worry. The blood will be the lube. Like, wait, what?
Necron blood will be the lube. But I do find it funny how many names overlap in Warhammer. Don't get it out. We're talking about the Crimson Talons, not to be confused with the Crimson Claws or the Crimson Fist or the. It's just funny. It's just funny when the.
Also, what I like at 40K is that it has just random bouts of like extreme pettiness, like coming from people that probably shouldn't or you wouldn't expect it from. Like, I like how Conrad Kurz was just really petty and mad and butthurt over the fact that the Raven Guard was just so much better at stealth than him and the Night Lords. Like, he was so fucking mad about it.
The Lords were not a stealth legion.
I didn't drag
They
this
were,
out.
but they prided themselves on being stealthy.
There's a difference.
Yeah, but they prided themselves so much. And then Korax was having a meeting with like Conrad, and he was like trying to be like big dicked about it or whatever. And then a bunch of Raven Guard just showed up out of the fucking shadows, and Conrad's like, "What the fuck? Where'd they come from?"
Yeah, Conrad can be incredibly petty.
This is why I say Bird Boy is best fucking like Primarch.
He's very stealthy. He's a stealthy man.
I do like. To be fair, I like. I don't think. I like most
duelists. He's one of the best duelists. He's incredibly stealthy.
I don't think he's one of the best duelists.
Yeah, he is. He dueled 2 different Primarchs back to back and like.
I don't think he'd be able to beat Jagatai.
No, I never said he was the best. I said he was one of the best.
Because we all know as much as I'm a big Russ fan, Space Wolves fan, but we all know like
Fulgrim beat him, right? Jagatai and Fulgrim beat him, but like he's still like I would say within the top 5.
I think Conrad not Conrad.
He beat Kurz in 1-1.
No, I'm trying to say your Primarch's name, but I forgot it for a second for some reason.
Russ?
Korax. Corvus Korax.
Oh, Korax.
I think he could probably beat Fulgrim now.
Okay, but that's because Fulgrim was given like literally mega turbo ADHD.
Also, we're talking about like
what? Warp Viagra. Let's not talk about Warp Viagra. The fact that he sleeps with fucking like the Kari.
Yeah. So.
And also at this point, if we're talking about like modern, like current at the moment, like Primarchs, then like Korax also has been buffed by the warp too, because he's just
Korax. And we're talking about like I was just talking about like referring to literally early on in the Horus Heresy.
Stuff like order or some shit like that. Yeah.
I do like how every time Logar and all the other high end like word bearers change locations, like an equivalent of a warp week later, a giant murder of ravens just show up outside of whatever tower they're up and attacking anyone that gets too close.
Like, leaves it. Lorgar's cheeks with his fucking hands, blows on his like rear edge just to say, I'm here, Lorgar, I'm here for you."
I will say, this is probably more a controversial opinion. I do hate the Primarchs in modern 40K. I don't like them. I don't like how a lot of them were introduced or what they're being in the lore. Honestly.
So the thing is, right? Lorgar is in Imperial space, right? Like he entered Imperial space recently.
I have no idea if he entered Imperial space recently. I'm not.
Because if he did, that means we're gonna see Korvax soon. Because Korvax is always not too far behind Lorgar.
And I can't wait to have it. I can't wait to Korvax make Shrike an irrelevant character. Because that's my problem with the Primarchs, is that they make all the characters you are interested in each of the Space Marine factions are irrelevant to the Primarchs.
I don't know if I fully agree with that.
To be fair,
really? We want to talk about Kaido Sicarius?
No, I'm going to say one thing, Crooked. To be fair, it's not going to be true because Korvax is a daemon now.
He might be a demon.
It's different. Like he's this big bird monster now. Like he's no longer like.
You're saying this with certainty that Games Workshop will not just release a Korax Primarch model where he's completely normal?
I would be so fucking angry. I would be so fucking angry.
Oh, it's literally just the Horus Heresy model.
It's literally just the Horus Heresy model.
Horus Heresy model post change.
No, please. I want a bird boy, please.
He shows up in a plaid shirt with khakis.
To change. Let me hug my chicken drumsticks, please.
He's gonna show up in a work shirt with khakis. Hello, I am Corvus Corax.
What they should do with Corax, if like they do keep him like as being like a warp entity, like he's fully tied to the warp now, they should kind of treat him like the Sanguinor, where like he'll show up to help the Raven Guard on occasionally, but he's not like the permanent.
That would be cool. I just don't think that's gonna happen. When if they ever get around to bringing Corax into Bond 40k, I think they're gonna do the same route that they did with the Lion. I think they're gonna do the same route with Gilliman.
You wanna know what's funny?
What's funny?
Like you know how he's a warp. He's supposed to be a warp entity, right?
Right.
You wanna know what would be hilarious?
What would
that be? World Bear is trying to summon a Daemon, right?
I see where this is going.
And accidentally summon Corax. That'd be funny.
Oh, that would be funny.
Yeah, I see the issue. I said Leviosa, not Leviosa, and then he dies.
Yeah, and now they all get obliterated because Corax is now
summons a demon. Wait a minute. That's not right.
So, Alyona, what are your thoughts on the Carcharodons?
I love my boy Terberus.
We do love Tyberus here.
Big fuck off Terminator boy, giant fuck off guy. He pops out of existence right next to you. He's like, I'm hungry, feed me, and you're like, oh god.
What is that? I do like the one because I know he's so big. Because there's some Space Marines that were big enough where their normal armor had to be augmented with Terminator armor. He's so big, his Terminator armor had to be augmented with Dreadnought armor.
Hilarious.
He just teleports behind you. He says, "Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar," and he rips your arm off.
Oh god! What story was it?
Right, like, what's more terrifying? Some small guy sneaking up on you, and like you didn't see him there. You're like, oh fuck. Or fucking Terberus showing up out of nowhere. You're like, was this wall always here? Oh, that's not a wall. That's
that wall has lightning claws and chain hands. I see.
What is it? What story was it? I remember like a short, like little, like story blurb thing. Where is it? Where somebody was on some planet and they were supposed to meet up with the Carcharodons, or they're looking for Tyberus to talk to him, or whatever. And all they could find was just a statue in the middle of the destroyed town. It was untouched. And they're like, "Fuck, where is he? He's not here." And all of a sudden, the statue started talking to him. Because it was
Tyberus.
He was just so big, the guy didn't comprehend that was the chapter master.
It's fucking great.
Like the Carcharodons are like my third favorite of all.
The Carcharodons have some. I don't know if this is new.
How awesome is it that they could literally just take anybody they want and make them a fucking like Carcharodon? They literally just blood packs anybody they want.
Yeah, I have a question about the Carcharodons though. Have you guys read any of the new lore books that involve the Carcharodons that Games Workshop's been putting out?
I think I read. How new is the Red Tithe?
The Red Tithe, I think it's relatively new. I know. That's the one I was specifically talking about.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So basically, what they do, they're like, because like the Carcharodons are all the were descendants basically from because they were all like the Black Shields or whatever from the
2017 is when it came out.
Yeah, so
2016.
I recall.
Hold on, we're gonna table the Black Shield conversation for if we see it in the fucking video. By the way,
all right, true. I was gonna talk about Tyranid invasion tactics, but then we got sidetracked again. We got sidetracked into talking about Tyberus.
Look on the bright side, right? Like we're like having like flowing conversation, and we're not like arguing.
True.
Exactly.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said yes.
We're only an hour in now, Leon. There's lots of time. It's lots of time.
It's lots of time. It's lots of time for this to get like really messy. Crooked, I have a question for you.
What's that?
I know you really like your Iron Warriors, but are they your favorite?
Of the Chaos factions? Yes, I would say they were my favorite, yeah.
You mean the only competent fucking legion that like fucking
well, that's the thing. I love the Iron Warriors because the Iron Warriors are just like everyone else is just like a coked up drug fiends or love just like doing terror tactics and ripping people's flesh off or being incompetent like the fucking Corn Berserkers or being incompetent like the World Eaters. Iron Warriors are just fucking just like, I'm here to win a war. You guys can worship all the demons you want. I'm going to take your god and slam him into my fucking demon engine. Go fuck yourself.
Basically bitch slapped Perturbo and said fuck you. Perturbo said bet, left, and then the whole fucking war fell apart.
Yeah, my favorite character of the Iron Warriors is Hansu. Hansu's my favorite character of the Iron Warriors, and he's not even a full Iron Warrior. He's Iron Warrior Imperial Fist.
I have a question for you, Crooked.
What's that?
You know how like Perty like hated the fucking concept of like Demon Princes and everything?
Yeah.
How do you feel like that he basically was forced to become a Demon Prince?
Yeah, how do you feel about the lore change that he's now a Demon Prince?
Oh, he was always a Demon Prince. That's been a thing since the old lore.
Is it? I could have sworn because the whole thing of like the Iron Warriors, they hated the whole mutation chaos gift. So
well, they do see it as weakness, but Perturabo becoming a Demon Prince, that's been around since like 4th edition Warhammer Lore, 3rd edition Warhammer Lore even.
Do you say that my voice is always going on and on and on, and I'm always a yappy girl?
I think he should not be a demon prince. He should be a self-motivated giant demon engine. He should just be a demon titan.
That's basically what he is. He is a demon prince, but he's a demon prince who he has possessing. He's very mechanical. He's very much a machine.
Right? All I want, if they release a model for him, right? Or they showed like artwork of him.
But we see in the third Uriel Ventress book, Dead Sky Black Sun, we go to Perturabo's demon world for a while. The whole book's on his demon world.
Oh, okay. See, I never read any of those books involving him.
Oh, they're very good. But
I still need to finish my my Night Lord omnibus I got.
But the book involves Uriel Ventress and Hansu, which is, I would say, one of the most fun pairings of characters because they're so different from they're so different and antagonistic from each other. It's great. It's fantastic. I love it. They're my favorite.
What I was gonna say is I want like our opinion updated. What else I want out of Perturabo being coming back as a demon engine prince thing is basically just an Imperator Titan with just his head just like right in the middle of his chest.
But
just tiny little, like normal like human looking head, doesn't even look like.
But like some of the things, I'll talk about some of the things about the world really quick before we move on. The world, like there's a big battle that's happening in the world, right? Because Hansu has pissed off a couple of other warsmiths in on the demon world, and they're attacking his fortress, his impossibly large fortress, and there are war machines being brought up to bring down his fortress, and it's a massive battle of just impossible engines with impossible architecture, and it's really cool.
Anyway, so what's your favorite loyalist chapter, since we heard you specify your favorite traitor?
Favorite loyalist chapter, I'm kind of cross between the Black Templars and who would my second one be? I tell you, the Black Templars, the Death Watch, or the Crimson Fists would be my favorite ones, but not sure which.
Okay,
I'm probably more of a fan of the Black Templars because they've been around.
It's not really a.
It's not really a chapter.
It depends on which section of lore we're talking about here, because back in the olden days, that's the thing I was gonna bring up when we were talking about the Death Watch. They used to be just a chapter with silver arm guards. Then they became the militant of the Ordo Xenos, and then they had another backstory added in when they were when the Beast Arises books came out. So it depends on which area I'm talking about.
Well, so if we ignore the Death Watch being their own chapter, you just so for loyalists you like the Sons of Dorn, traitors you like Perturabo. So you just like CG boys.
I just like sieging and fortifying my position. What's wrong with that?
It's good to go. It's the good to go.
The Death Watch I still call a chapter just for the sake of simplicity, instead of having to separate them out into their own thing and just making things more complicated. But the Death Watch is fun. I wish Games Workshop would decide what the fuck they want to do with them. But
didn't they fuck them over and fuck up the Death Watch?
Of 40K and all the lore behind Death Watch and everything, right? Like if you look at, we're looking at Space Marine 2 right now. Death Watch is kind of like a conglomeration of all Space Marines for various different reasons. Like it's an honor to be selected to be Death Watch, but it's also a punishment to be made Death Watch, right? Like it's
technically like, it depends on the chapter.
Yeah, like Space Wolves, they don't like it. Like they don't like doing the whole like thing. Which although I do think it's funny that sometimes just to piss off whoever like Order or Inquisitor that they're supposed to send people to, they'll just send them a whole shitload of like blood claws because they're really unruly and like just act a fool, and they're like, yeah, it's your problem now.
But the Ultramarines consider it an honor to be part of the Death Watch. Not for Titus specifically, because he was there on account for accusations of heresy.
Titus is the Black Shield. Titus is the Black Shield.
Yeah, but he's still part of the Death Watch.
Well, yeah, but like Black Shields are forced to become Death Watch.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like for Titus specifically, it's not an honor, but
it's a punishment.
Yeah, it's a punishment. But for like normal Ultramarines, it would be considered an honor. For the Blood Angels, they're a bit more wary about it, but it would still be considered an honor. Then there's the fucking Angels Vermilion who send Death Watch people into send people into the Death Watch so they can assassinate Inquisitors when they start asking too many questions about who the Faceless One is. But anyway,
my favorite. Hold on. Speaking of Death Watch, I really love that there's a Lamenter's Dreadnought that's part of the Death Watch, and he's just still in it. Like, I think that's hilarious.
Anyway, we should probably start. We should continue the video.
Lamenter's the most tragic fucking Space Marine legion.
Lamenters are tied for second for me.
I do.
I think you're delusional and deserve to be put down like a dog.
I'm not delusional. How dare you?
I'll see you cut out there for a second. Like
Joy the window see. Yeah.
Oh, did I cut out for
you? You need to share. You need to share what those cookies are, Roses.
No, but this is the starting of a Tyranid invasion, which I do love Tyranid invasions. Tyranid invasions where they just start disgorging a bunch of basically pseudo drop pods onto a planet and just start devouring everything around them.
It's been a while.
Hello, Ray.
I also like this. Their whole like
What's
shadow
up, homie?
thing makes it so that way like people have a hard time calling for help.
Good girl.
Oh yeah, the shadow and the warp before but that's before they even get into system.
Yeah, which at least now Imperium knows what it means. At least they have some warning.
Yeah. We're talking about Warhammer Lore Alyona. No, not Alyona, Ray.
Did you just call Ray Alyona?
I'm mildly schizophrenic. Leave me alone.
You almost remember.
Just mildly.
It's okay. It's okay. I keep making Roxy mad whenever we're in like calls with her because it just says like Riley on like the thing, and I keep calling her that, and she gets really mad at me.
But the
hilarious.
The shadow and the warp is an interesting thing. Anyway, getting us back on topic. Enough of your talking, Alyona. We gotta get back in Warhammer Lore.
I'm gonna point at this guy and be like, explain the hood.
Because it looks cool.
No, there's actually a lore reason behind it. Explain the hood.
I'm sure there's also like.
I'm sure there is a lore reason to it, but I'm also saying if I was in the Death Watch, I too would have a really fucking sick ass hood and cloak with my armor.
Yeah, you want to have that drip when you're going out killing the vile Xenos.
Thank you for the little Ray.
You say vile Xenos, and my call girl heart says, but look at all this new cool tech.
Disgusting Xenos.
Listen, you can study it under very strict circumstances after the fact.
You may inspect the mangled remains. But what's the hood? What's the hood lore? Alyona, describe it to us.
So the hoods are especially distinguished Dark Angels have the hood. To get the hood, you have to have certain accomplishments. I'm trying to remember what accomplishments they are.
Oh, you mean the veteran status of Dark Angels? Okay.
Yes. I mean, this is a Dark Angel you're looking at right now.
No, this is Titus. This is an Ultramarine.
Wait, is this Titus?
This is Titus.
Yeah.
You sure about that? Yes, yeah, this is Titus. This is Titus before it's Titus' thing because it has the hood and cloak and everything.
I'm looking at the colors and I'm like, you sure about that?
Yeah, no, that's Titus.
It even has why does
he have the red hood and the fucking green cloak? That's literally
because it looks cool. His cloak's also red. He has like he has a green like shoulder swath thing that covers up his chapter markings. Which I think that's what it's for.
No, he doesn't have any chapter markings. That's a fucking black shield.
I think that's supposed to be part of the black shield. Well, no, not really specifically part of it. I think
maybe they're just kind of cover it up to like hide some of the shame, maybe.
I don't know, but
that could be it. That could be it.
So which games got you excited? What game got you excited? What do you mean in general, Black? Well, right now we're doing 40K Space Marine 2 lore.
We're like 2 minutes in.
Yeah, we're like 2 minutes in, and we've only been yapping for an hour and 20 minutes.
Hours we've been yapping. 1 hour and 20 minutes we've been yapping, and we're only like 2 minutes into the video.
I have not checked the Summerfest games yet, so I have no idea what's coming out for them.
Listen, I think the only bit we got off topic is we were talking about like the validity of Gilgamesh just being a story of the Emperor when he was young and dumb and doing shit.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing that's been off topic.
We basically said the Emperor would wipe the floor with him.
Yeah, with that topic too.
Yeah. So I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Sometime soon I will.
I know that Code Vein 2 is supposed to be coming out.
Oh, wait, I did hear about Code Vein 2, but I didn't play the first Code Vein.
Wait, hold on. Alyona, wait, they're making a Code Vein 2 finally?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah, I love Code Vein.
I never played the first Code Vein, so I don't know.
It's good. It's underrated. I really love that game. It was really. I didn't play in the DLCs. I heard the DLCs were kind of ass, but what can you do?
Also, Black Tower, it's been forever. Sup.
But yeah, no, this is Titus right here. I know what you're saying about the lore about Dark Angels in general, which is why I was really confused when you started talking about Dark Angels, and it's just like, but this is why would Titus have a Dark Angel hood?
I see hood, and I see fucking green cloak, and the first thing I fucking think of is Dark Angels.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's why I was really confused. Just like but now it's for Liza P DLC.
Thank you, Brad. Let me pour some of this water deep down my throat.
Oh, I did see the Liza P DLC thing that was coming out. It looked really cool. I haven't finished the first Liza P game though. I need to go back and finish it. Or maybe
I couldn't get into
honestly, this makes me want to like start a Liza P run. I haven't done a run yet on it, honestly.
I was streaming it, but I just couldn't get into the game. It just, I don't know, something just for me.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing. That's kind of the thing about it for me too.
Liza P is very like heavily parry focused. It's kind of a little bit leaning towards Sekiro's parry focus, but not quite there.
It's leaning towards it, but it's like focusing on like having a parry system, but you're still having like Dark Souls kind of controls, which kind of makes it, which kind of didn't really gel well with me.
I don't know how to describe my issues. I really don't enjoy parry or die because I'm a like perfect block kind of girl. I'm a like block and dodge.
I would argue that parrying is the ultimate form of perfect blocking.
Oh no! Now we're getting really off topic.
It's the kind where if you fuck it up in the tiniest bit, you just get fucked.
The thing is, you don't need a specific weapon for it. Any weapon gets you a parry. Yeah, but like I liked Sekiro's parry system because Sekiro was a game that was built from the ground up with its parry system for parrying. While
I don't particularly like just parrying because like if you try to perfect block, 9 times out of 10 you just end up blocking if you fuck it up. So it like lets you like learn it without like just
Sekiro's unique gem. Sekiro is great.
But the problem with just parry or die is like it makes me not want to try at all. It makes me just want to do dodges because at that point I don't want to sit there for 7 hours trying to learn how to parry each individual fucking fight.
True. Like if it is just a parry or just take a fuckload of damage, I will just. Why don't I just avoid damage in general then?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I prefer block, right? Because like if you have perfect blocks, you're incentivized to block, and if you fuck up the block, you're just taking like some damage, not like a fuck ton. But like parry or die is very much like you die. Like you just if you get hit, you die.
That's why I enjoy playing the Executor and Night Rain, but the because then Executor and Night Rain just gets the parry system, right? He gets the Sekiro parry system, and that's a fun parry system. But
yeah, I don't know why. Maybe it's just because
you know what I fucking hate about Executor and Night Rain
Hold on.
The fucking invasions of that is such fucking bullshit to deal with when you're playing Duchess. Like, oh my fucking god!
Are you getting parried by the Executor?
Yeah, I'm playing Duchess. You're a fucking dagger. Like, you're a rogue dagger person. Maybe you find a good staff. You know, like. It is such agony having to fight fucking like Executor Iron Eye when you're freaking Duchess, let me tell you.
I've never ran into them. I've only played a couple games. I know later me and my friends are playing. I might stream it. I haven't decided yet.
I've run into Iron Eyes and the Caster Lady, and they were painful together.
Oh, Recluse is easy.
Yeah, Recluse is easy, but like every time I go after Recluse, I get shot by Iron Eyes.
Okay, no, Iron Eye is painful. They have aimbot. They basically have aimbot. It's so fucked. It's so fucked.
Anyway, we're off topic.
So back to topic. Actually, I'll bring it up later because it comes up with the next I guess next 2 hours or 5 minutes into the video.
Yeah, we'll bring it up. We'll bring it up in another 3 hours.
Yeah, it'll come up after we're in the prologue. So another 3 hours from now.
Ooh, I do love the Corvus Blackstar. It's probably my favorite transport vehicle.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the vehicle. I might be a call girl, but I'll be fine over this, okay?
Listen,
I prefer my
transport vehicles,
I prefer my vestigial third arm cancer limb. Thank you very much.
What do you mean cancer limb? It's proper him.
Hold on, pause. Wait, I can pause. Okay, 2 things. One, they have a fucking power X in the goddamn cutscene. Why can't I have it in game? Fuck you, Focus.
That's what the mods are for.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot the other thing I was gonna say.
No, but I do know a bit about the Corvus Blackstar. The Corvus Blackstar is a very interesting vehicle. It's fast, it's light, but not it's fast and light, but still more durable than you would think it would be. It's still more durable than a Rhino. And it has a sweep of advanced auger arrays that not even regular Space Marine chapters get access to. Not even First Founding chapters get access to.
What you're saying is it's a advanced scout vehicle.
It's not an advanced scout vehicle. It has access to an array of las cannons, assault cannons, missile launchers, the flare system that basically makes it that's every flying vehicle has access to flares, but they have the Hellfire flare system, which is apparently just a betterer flare system that can deal with basically anything targeting it. And it's not only a light transport vehicle, it is also can also work as a support vehicle as well, with the amount of firepower it can put down, depending on its loadout.
I just realize what you told me. Did you just say my arms were vestigial?
Yes.
They're not. They're fully fucking functional. They're fully fucking functional.
I can functional. Look at it. Look how it's slippery, sloppy, and cancer limb.
I can literally wield heavy stubbers with them. They're fully fucking functional. Fuck off.
All right, homunculi, calm down.
So speaking of transport vehicles, I'm really upset that they, in this new, with the update of the upcoming Space Wolf Codex, they're taking away my fucking Stormwolf. And with the other
I heard they're taking away the Stormwolf. That's fucking that's so dumb.
Wait, didn't they somewhat? I don't want to say recently, but didn't they this year or late last year make it so that you have to only use specific things for each specific legion? You couldn't use siege artillery anymore unless you were playing Krieg or something like that.
That was for Kate. They did that for Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard, they separate out a bunch of stuff into specific factions to try to make it if you are playing an Imperial Guard, you have Cadians, you have Attilan Rough Riders, you have Krieg Guardsmen, and try to make it a mix sort of thing instead of one regiment detachment. And yeah, because of that, the special super weapon emplacements are all Krieg only. And Rough Riders are all Attilan Rough Riders. There are no other Rough Riders. and things like that.
That's such a fucking money grabby thing to do, though. Like, because most players did not fucking like have that, right?
Oh yeah, no,
so,
they definitely 100% that.
It's such a predatory, fucked up practice.
It is. I always say that Games Workshop's a fucking just flat out malicious company. They are just a malicious company. But but they made they made new Krieg stuff, and they want you to buy the Krieg stuff because they just made it its own separate thing. That you can't just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna use this weapon emplacement as a proxy because it's about the same size and I want to keep it in my faction. Nope, can't do that. Sorry, it's gotta be Krieg. Or like people who have like Rough Riders, because people have been proxying Rough Riders forever for each of their own specific factions, and now they all have to be Attilan. Now, Attila, Rough Riders.
I feel so bad for Guardsman players.
I feel so bad for many Warhammer players in general.
Think about it though. Like, Guardsman players really do get the short end of the stick if you think about it though, because like, if you're like a Sisters of Battle player, or if you're like a Damien player or whatever, your units never get fucked up to this extent.
I mean, like, if you're a Krieg player, like,
to this extent.
I mean, if you're a Krieg player, like, yeah, they gave you a couple new models, but like, they took away shitloads of the Krieg's like Forge World capabilities of all the models that they used to have access to. Like most, like the Malkador, for instance, that's not there anymore.
It's not. Malkador's not.
No, Malkador's been legend.
Oh,
yeah.
That's fucked up. He's literally the hero of the Imperium. They take away his tank.
Yeah, they take away the only tank that's called the Malkador, and it's been legends. Yeah.
That's fucked up. Like he.
But like, the same thing for like Space Marine players, for instance, with like all of their stuff being legend.
Yeah.
I feel like specifically like Guardsmen though are extra fucked compared to every other.
I do agree. I do feel like Guardsmen get a little like dicked over.
I don't know. I would kind of say like it's 50-50 between the Guardsman player and the Firstborn Space Marine player. Like the Firstborn Space Marine player is literally just watching in real time them getting fucking picked out of the Space Marine Codex entirely, where Games Workshop just looking at you and saying, you can't play your faction anymore. You can't play your models anymore. You have to have Primaris Marines.
Listen, all I'm saying is the day they tell me I can't use my Firstborn Space Marine, like Space Wolves anymore, I'm jumping ship straight to Chaos and or Demons.
But yeah, because the thing is, right, Chaos never has to worry about that.
No, they don't really care when you're Chaos for some reason.
Xenos never has to worry about that. They literally just have their thing, and they just have their thing.
Yeah, when they make a new edition of the model, they don't. It's not like, oh, it's basically your model, but a new model that has separate stat blocks and everything like that, so you can't just use your old models. Or for instance, when they made the new Dark Reaper models for Eldar, like you didn't have to buy new Dark Reaper models if you already had Dark Reaper models.
Yeah. Speaking of like shit, Firstborn shit getting taken away, the fact that the fucking like, as far as I maybe that there are in there and just different name, whatever, the new codex coming out, because obviously I don't have the new codex because it's not out yet. But I think it was that they're taking away the Sky Claws, just because they want you to use like the assault intercessors, like with jump packs. They don't want you. They don't want you having Sky Claws. I mean, that's annoying.
Oh, like, and then there's like, they want you to use the new Dreadnought, so they take away all your old box knots. Or like the old Death Company, for instance, for Blood Angels, where that's been taken away, and it's just the Primaris Death Company now, which has looked worse than the old Death Company. I will say that.
Because I didn't really look too much at like the Space Wolves leak, right? But I'm gonna be so upset if the Thunderwolf Cavalry gets taken out into the shed and put into Legends.
I think they have been taken out into the shed.
I'm not surprised because as far as I know, all the
lies though is like this only matters if you're a tournament player.
No, well, the issue is that at least in my local area, everyone plays competitively.
See, I'm kind of lucky because the area I go into, everyone's like super casual about everything. And so no one like, and so as long as like obviously play, oh, I'm playing Legends.
Well, so my local area is basically just like they want to play
like make custom models or anything. You just get fucked. You have to use what the standard issue is in your area.
My area, they'll let you use custom models, but like it has to be from the current codex. It has to be tournament available kind of model stuff, for instance, right? The problem is like matchmake play, where you can't use legend models, or at least you're not supposed to. Some people will be chill about it. Some people won't. It depends on if they're getting ready for a tournament or not.
That's their meta. Make sure it's good for a tournament.
Yeah, it's like they're. Well, because everyone's playing by like the same kind of rules.
Like if your models were kit bash to fuck, right? Like, does it matter? Because like it's already kit bash to fuck. Like, does it really fucking matter at that point?
I don't know what to say, Alyona. That's just the way it is. I'm saying like the matchmake play system forces a lot of people to feel like they have to play, even if they don't play like meta lists, they at least have to follow the meta rules. They have to follow the rules of whatever the current rule set is going on right now, whatever season we're in, whatever is part of Legends or whatever is part of the standard rules and hasn't been Legend. Things like that, right? And
last time I played, right, was all the way back in like high school, early college days.
Right.
And I ended up doing my old job, sold all my stuff, and like traveled the world for a while, right?
Right.
But like before that, I had like certain things, and the certain things I had was a mixture. It was way more casual back then with the playgroup I was part of.
Oh yeah,
I had a mixture of Noise Marines and Daemons of Slaanesh. I had a mixture of both for my army.
Right.
And what I remembered back then was like no one really gave a fuck as long as you registered all your units under a big like Google document.
No, yeah, no. Back we're talking about like what we're talking about here, like back in 5th edition, 4th edition, 6th edition.
I think it was 4th.
The 4th would make sense. Like, well, yeah, back then, like, no.
I'm old as dirt. Like, we all fucking know this.
I played back in 4th edition, dude. Don't worry about that. But yeah, no. Back then, like, people just Warhammer wasn't a competitive game. Warhammer was we're gonna throw models at each other for a few hours over some drinks and stuff, and just fuck around for a bit.
So I had this rich friend. We all went to his mansion once every 2 weeks, right?
Right.
And he had this giant fuck off area that was bigger than like 3 classrooms stacked together.
Oh shit.
That was just a mega map.
Oh.
Whoa.
And we would spend 3 days straight. 3 days straight. It would be Friday after school, Saturday and Sunday, playing a game.
Nice.
That is the extent of the wars we were playing back then.
Yeah, but the point is, like, even then, you guys weren't playing competitively. You weren't playing to like.
No, we weren't. Like, we had some crazy fuck off battles. Like, there was like 10 of us.
Yeah. Like it was made to be like playing Warhammer and trying to represent it on the tabletop than playing competitively. Games Workshop has shifted the community very heavily in the direction of, oh, hello, Ellie. Nerds! How dare you, Ellie!
Hi, Ellie.
But they've shifted a lot of the game to focusing on competitive matchmake play. And playing the game to a min-max level. To the point that Games Workshop balances all the armies by this arbitrary, every army has to have a 50% win rate. And they will fuck your army if you go above that win rate. They will fuck your army, and they will fuck every other army around it as collateral if they think you're winning too much in a competitive tournament. And the reason why they're doing this, right? The reason why they're focusing so much on competitive play is because competitive play is advertisable. Competitive play, it's something I didn't really realize until someone pointed out, and I went looking it up, and I went looking around. Games Workshop has been pushing heavily into the YouTube and Twitch streaming of tournaments, of competitive tournaments.
So and the thing is, right, like, the 50% win rate goal is such a, like, impossible fucking goal.
No, yeah, because and it's terrible.
We're talking about like tactical minds, right? You could take a fucking basic bog bitch army, and everyone's army is exactly the same, and you tweak the numbers ever so slightly, The better army can still be the losing army. The tactical minds of the players is what's more important rather than just the fucking raw numbers. It's impossible to balance in a raw number sense to make it 50-50.
I would say yes to a degree. Rules do have an important impact on that. For instance, if some armies just have access to rules that are just blatantly better than others, for instance. For instance, I like this example because it's a 10th edition example, an example of Games Workshop's poor balancing that doesn't really consider that the drive for 50% doesn't really consider a whole lot. So the Kroot, for instance, a pure Kroot army for the Tau. They re-released a bunch of the models for the Kroot, so you can now play. You could back then, and this was like a year ago or so, play a full Kroot army. They weren't very good because they had a lot of iffy things about them, but they relied on the rule of stealth, which is basically like they couldn't be targeted for attacks outside of 18 inches. And so the Kroot basically played this game of hit and run, where they would run out, they would attack something, and then they would try to use stratagems to reposition outside of 18 inches. Just a spicy chicken sandwich. Ooh, that sounds good. But they would try to reposition themselves outside of 18 inches so that they would basically have to keep cycling through different units and win through board control, right? And eventually, stealth got nerfed. Stealth got nerfed into the ground because a matchmake tournament player found a way to abuse it for tournament play in an official Games Workshop tournament. And then a lot of people just started copying what this guy was doing. So then Games Workshop went, right, we're going to nerf stealth into the ground. And for the top players who were playing like the really good armies, right? The armies that got a lot of attention, it was fine for them. They had other things to fall back on. The Kroot players, though, got fucked. If you wanted to play a full Kroot army because of matchmake tournament play, you wanted to play your army that wasn't as good, but it was very casual, very fun, you get fucked. Your army is unplayable now because the one thing your army relied on to be able to even stand up to anyone has now been thrown out the window entirely. And it's a problem with Kroot now. Kroot can't stand up to anyone. They don't have the weapons. They don't have the strength from the weapons. Their stratagems are mid. Their melee is not very good. The thing that they were good at was going wide in board control. That's how they won games. And now they can't because they can't hide from any of the opponent's weapons anymore. So they get obliterated because they have bad saves too.
I think it did hit Raven Guard at this point too, because Raven Guard are really like dependent on stealth also. But I think the Raven Guard specifically had something that like made them still.
Well, they don't have another thing that I hate. They don't have specific chapters anymore in tournament play.
Yeah.
They have their detachments, which you can color them however you want. But you're like the detachments that are this one's for speed, this one's for durability, this one does that, this one does this. But they're not like each
chapter has like its own like unique detachments or like spin on the detachments.
I loved it when it was chapter tactics and not detachments.
Yeah.
I also agree that back when like each chapter or whatever, or like different factions had like because you're playing as Space Wolves, or if you're playing like Sisters of Battle, like the Bloody Rose, whatever, you get X bonus that's just by default, and then you had a different like tactic thing or whatever that can kind of go on top of that depending.
I would say 8th edition was a really fun edition for how fluffy it was. How fluffy with the rules it was, and a lot of it was very like faction lore, which I didn't really
play much of 8th. I think I played like 1 or 2 games of 8th, so I don't really have much memory of 8th.
Oh, I'd say like towards the end of 8th edition, once all the Psychic Awakening books came out, there was so much stuff you could do, and like a lot of factions it wasn't like great or anything, but like a lot of factions like Alyona was talking about, if you just played better, you could do well enough with them. Like it wasn't just like it, and a lot of it was just like really fluffy rules. Like like World Eaters, for instance. I beat a competitive Dark Angel player who was playing the meta list by throwing Red Butcher Terminators at him. And I found out, right, that with my Red Butcher Terminators and the rules for World Eaters at the time, I could stack like 120 attacks in one charge.
Yeah.
And it was just and if I can,
at that point, you're doing the rule of large numbers, and you're just hitting them with such a large like burst.
Oh yeah, no, like he had
like there's a chance he just gets fucked. Oh no, it doesn't matter how well he's playing. There's a chance he just gets fucked.
No, he's just getting he did just get fucked. Because I was running the Red Butchers had dual lightning claws.
Fuck. Okay, yeah.
So they had shred. They had re-rolling wound rolls.
They got rid of dual lightning claws.
Yeah. So there was a very high chance you just got fucked. There was always that low roll chance that you fucked yourself with that charge, and now you're just blatantly out in the open. And you're just getting shot down.
Yeah.
But like.
Well, like the thing is, like I had stratagems.
Yeah.
The thing is, I had stratagems, right? This is the 8th edition stuff. So 8th edition changed quite a few things. 8th or 9th edition. The Dark Angels were running their Terminators. They were running their Deathwing Terminators, and they had their special Deathwing Terminators out. So these Deathwing Terminators had a 2-up regular save, a 3-up invulnerable saves, couldn't be wounded on any weapons on less than a die roll of 4, and they were -1 to hit, and they were also -1 to hit. So they were hard to put down, right?
But the thing is, right? It doesn't matter. You throw
no. Like that, I'm saying like that was like the stack of. No, what I'm saying I'm not done yet. All right. So for tit for tat, if I went in there with just my normal Terminators trying to fight them straight up, they'd lose. They would lose. They would lose immediately. But I had found the stack of attacks. I had found character models that could be all put around them. Because this was like deep striking. Because this is deep striking in 8th edition. Deep striking in 8th edition, you don't scatter on 8th edition, but you have to be outside of 9 inches of the enemy unit, right? So I could put the Terminators down. I put the Terminators down close enough to my Warlord and my Warlord, my Chaos Lord, and a Dark Apostle, right? So my Chaos Lord would buff them. He'd give him like +1 attack because of his Warlord trait. The Dark Apostle would buff them again with his Dark Apostle stuff to give him more attack. So they got another +1 attack. And so they already have +1 attack for being Red Butcher Terminators, and they get another +1 attack on charging because they're World Eaters. I also had one of the Chaos Lords staying nearby with a banner that gave him +1 to charge. And I kept the stratagem in reserve to be able to re-roll my charge rolls if I needed to. And then also I had a stratagem that allowed me to add +2 to my charges that I could stack on top of this. So basically I had
real large numbers. You just bathe them in so many dice that like it doesn't matter how fucking defensive you are, you're getting fucked.
Oh no, they were getting attacked by Red Butcher Terminators who had like the base Terminator model had 7 attacks on the charge. The Sergeant had 8. They were Red Butcher Terminators, so that means they get blood for the Blood God, so they get to attack twice before you get to attack them. and they had +1 attack from dual lightning claws. They had +1 attack from the Warlord. They had +1 attack for being World Eaters. They had +1 attack for being for charging. They had +1 attack for the Apostle. I get to reroll all my hit rolls because my Warlord is nearby, and I get to reroll all my wound rolls because they're dual lightning claws.
Yeah, but like literally what I'm saying, right? You're hitting them with so many fucking dice. It doesn't matter what they have.
No, it didn't. It literally didn't. But it was so.
They're just gonna become a bloody puddle.
Yeah, it was so fucking funny to watch his face of just like I'm using the meta list. I'm using the like all this really really good stuff that I bring for tournament plays and stuff, and pushing like regionals. So, like this guy was a regional tournament player, and I just fucking dumped I dumped the 120 lightning claws attacks on him. and then I looked him in the eyes and said, even if you survived, I could have paid 2 more CP to do another stratagem to fight again at the end of the phase.
He's just looking at the Lord like, this needs to be fixed.
Yeah, this seems to be. And then and the thing was, I multi-charged him too. So not only did I charge those Terminators, I charged 2 of the Dark Angel's special light vehicles with their plasma cannons, and I charged his characters. So I attacked all of them, and I wiped basically 1,000 points of his army off the table in one go in a 2,000 point game.
At that point, he's fighting such a big uphill battle that he's just fucked. He should just forfeit.
He forfeited after he had another Terminator squad, but he had unlucky rolls with them because I pushed my I had a drill thing that was like, it was a Forge World model that was a transport, but it also had like, it had a melta-gun array on the front, but it was like a 6-inch range. I'd gotten close enough to shoot it at his Terminators, and he rolled poorly, and I killed 3 of them. So out of a 5-man squad. So
well, see, the thing is that charge alone puts him at such a huge point discrepancy that like he can't make it up in time.
No, like I had a horde. I had a horde of like 40 cultists. I still had 2 Termax drills. I still had all my characters, and I had my blob of 10 Red Butcher Terminators with lightning claws were just running around the field. He was fucked.
Exactly, like there's nothing you could do at that point. Outside some crazy fucking bullshit psyker crap that like fucking ended up devastating your army because of bad rolls, there was nothing he could do.
No, that stuff doesn't even exist in 8th edition, but anyway, he was done.
I played way back.
Yeah, way back when it's like shenanigans. What's Bastion sending me?
Well, I remember my friend was he had an army that was literally just 3 fucking chaos sorcerers and fucking like Zinch, and then like a bunch of random fuck off cultists. And like the cultist job had were existing for one thing only. They existed as fodder and the ability to be transformed into chaos spawn.
That's always fun.
Because Zinchian sorcerers are bullshit. Let me transform this bullshit, useless fucking pack of cultists into a freaking chaos spawn. Have fun.
Welcome to my D3 chaos spawn circus. Have fun.
No, that's literally his entire army was just nothing but basic bitch fucking cultists that randomly out of fucking nowhere would become like a surge of fucking chaos spawn, and now you have to fight a bunch of chaos spawn. His fucking army point value was fucking skyrocket from just one turn of his sorcerer just mutating his own army. It's bullshit. I had to fight that shit once, and it was such fucking bullshit. He outpointed me by like ×3 over 3 turns of just gaining points. Not
just constantly summoning chaos spawn. The days of which you could do that was the funniest shit. I was a chaos player back then, so I couldn't do that.
It was so bullshit, because I was just standing there like, bro, what do you mean you have like 5 more chaos spawns? I have 5 more chaos spawns.
Excuse me, I'm going to roll my dice on the gift of chaos, and oh, my lord has become a demon prince. Would you look at that?
No, I pulled that shit. My fucking lord was a Emperor's Child Duelist.
Emperor's Children?
Yep, Emperor's Children Duelist. It was Emperor's Children Duelist. And it was Emperor's Children Duelist with some psyker ability. Because you could fucking add shit, right, back then?
Yeah, you could just give him whatever. Fuck it.
Yeah. So like, the thing I gave him was some really basic minor psyker power. And the only reason why I gave it to him was so I could roll fucking psychic phenomena randomly whenever I was fighting. During one of our bigger fights, this was like over summer vacation, right? During one of our bigger fights, this was a 2-week-long fucking stint.
Oh.
I was up against a mixture of Khorne and Nurgle players, and my ally was a Zinchian player.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So like it was Slanesh and Zinch versus Nurgle and Corn, right?
Did your friend also summon the endless chaos spawns against him?
He was the endless chaos spawn player. He was the endless chaos spawn player. Yeah. So I was off doing my usual thing. My Daemonids were flaking like a fucking badass. It was great. The fucking Nurgle player was foddering off with the chaos spawn. Some world eaters were destroying the fuck out of my fucking noise marines because they somehow got the flank on me, and it was bad. Duelists in the middle of that fucking mosh pit rolled like gifts of chaos, became a Daemon Prince, then and there in the middle of the fucking fight.
Uh-oh.
The look of the fucking Corn player as they stared at the model I placed down was like, why do you get a fucking Daemon Prince?
Because fuck you, that's why.
Bullshit. I'm like, I don't know, man. You killed off of all my Chaos Marines. I don't know what I'm gonna do now. Man, I ain't gonna fucking give me that bullshit. You have basically a mini Fulgrim on your fucking table right now. Fuck you.
Ifumi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
But yeah, no, it was some fun shit. I loved fucking Fourth Ed. Fourth Ed was great.
The Fourth Ed was very silly. It was a very silly time. Anyway, we should continue our lore video.
Real quick question.
What's that?
What are your thoughts on the 8-bound?
I don't like him.
Same. What are your thoughts, alyona?
I don't like him. They're just kind of goofy looking.
I don't understand why they didn't just like give him like an updated like Red Butcher's like Terminator or whatever.
Yeah, why is it Red? Why not just Red Butcher Terminators?
You have to keep in mind, Games Workshop doesn't care about how ugly thing looks. They just care about you buy their shit.
Well, like they're like bigger Corn Berserkers, and they have weapons grafted into their arms and shit.
Well,
and
it's just they're
I'm going to point out.
Possessed. That's all they
I'm going to point out.
Yeah, they're just bigger possessed.
Daemonettes, old school Daemonettes, old school Keeper of Secrets compared to newer shit.
To be fair, I don't know what the older stuff looked like. You're talking about aesthetics, how they looked?
Yeah.
I don't know what they look like. So I can't really promote it on.
They were a lot more erotic back then. But I do kind of like the new Slaaneshi Greater Demon model. I think it looks pretty cool. I
like the more sensual appeal to it before, because the thing is, like, Slaaneshi stuff is supposed to appeal to your senses. It's supposed to tantalize you a little bit.
Yeah. Like,
now
I get it's part of excess, and then and it's all part of the excess stuff. Like, if it wasn't at the expense of the older models, I probably would like it more. But like as a model by itself, right, as a Slaaneshi Greater Demon Prince, I think it kind of works. It works well enough, and I think it looks pretty.
The problem is lore-wise, right? Like, Slaaneshi demons are supposed to be tantalizing.
Well, if we're talking about the lore of Slaanesh, Games Workshop has fucking been pussyfooting around on Slaanesh and really going off like what they are in the books for a long fucking time. They really don't want to do like full on Slaanesh.
They're supposed to be like, you look at them and like it makes you like consider, right? The shit they're pumping out is hideous. It's just hideous. And I'm looking at it like, I'm sorry, I'm not tantalized. And so I'm always a proponent of Slaanesh is not just sex.
Yeah.
The reason why my character worships like Slaanesh is because she wants perfection of her own flesh. She wants to perfect everything about herself. That's why she studies like Dark Eldar shit. That's why she does all this stuff. She wants to truly be the perfection of like metal and flesh combined.
Ow!
Because like the whole like Slaanesh is like the whole access thing is people. I do think it gets a little bit combined a little bit like too focused on the whole like sex aspect of the excess. Like
it's
sex
always that way, yeah.
Like his like.
I mean, like the sex. Yeah, I understand. Like the sex part sells, you know. Like it's like
like obviously that's like probably like gonna be some of the,
you know what?
like, really easy to get people on, but
master swordsman who's so dedicated to their craft, they gave up everything else to perfect their craft.
Oh yeah, no, agreed.
The true excess to reach the bleeding edge of your craft is something Slanesh is all for.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like the one the one drummer from Whiplash.
Yeah, it's the intersection between Tzeentch and Slanesh. Because, like, keep in mind, I worship 2 Chaos Gods, Tzeentch and Slanesh.
Yeah, I know, you're disgusting. Like, we heard this.
Yeah, it's basically like I desire all the knowledge in the world so that I may perfect my craft and perfect like what I do to the utmost pinnacle, right? So that's like I want all the forbidden knowledge from Tzeentch, and I want like the ability to be the best at what I do. That is a intersection of Tzeentch and Slanesh. It's a like decent intersection. It's where like Tzeentch and Slanesh can kind of nod at each other and like allow that shit to happen, right?
Anyway.
What? Oh, sorry. You don't like my heretic ass, huh?
I don't like your vestigial little chaos limbs going over there going, look at my perfection.
It's not vestigial. It's not vestigial, okay?
Like touching you with tiny baby hands.
I have backgrown perfection that has been grafted onto my body. There is no mutation here.
It's like greasy little baby hands touching you.
It's not greasy little baby hands. It's the same fucking size and as my normal.
How dare you, Crooked? They are oily, not greasy.
Oily. I'm sorry. The oily.
It might be a little bit scaled.
Oh, okay. They're perfection. They're perfect. They're also scaly.
Look. Scales on armor. It's thermal armor, okay? And they glisten in the light, okay? They're shiny, okay?
I'm just saying.
You don't like my golden scales?
Silence, heretic. We have no time for you. Oily, gross, stunted hands.
No, fuck off. No, I'm better than that.
Ellie said that.
So Ellie, hello. How are you doing, Piss Prophet?
And there's a nice little pin for Ellie.
Sub and bye. Hello and bye, Bumpy. We should continue. Look, there's that power axe Bastion can't have.
I love the axe many times.
Yeah, this is where they fuck up. And apparently the fighter, either there's so many gargoyles in the sky, the fighter has already the fighter pilot just couldn't avoid them, or he just flew right into a cloud of gargoyles for some reason.
He said, fuck it, we gotta take the short route.
We're taking the short route, and they're pulling the fucking doors of the Corvus open.
Well, we're doing a crash landing, boys.
Yeah, so we're doing crashing more than landing, I guess. The fact he fucking survived this, I have no idea how we did that.
Listen, if you even do a proper, like...
You survived the fucking saves, like, if you get lucky enough.
Yeah, I'm good, just listening to you nerds. Nerds! How dare you, Ellie?
You should have taken a proper, like, false stance. Was he supposed to, like, try to get, like, a parachute?
You love us, nerds.
Hold on, I'm gonna get a soda.
Kill team leader to squad. Confirm Vox contact.
So Sebastian, like... The look of this game, though, like, if you just take a look at the detail.
Oh, it's so good. I still think it's so good. Me and Kano were playing it, and we're on, like, the last mission we have it. We need to figure out, like, a day to actually play it.
I've never played Space Marine 2. It's on the list of games I would consider playing, but I've never played it.
Do you read?
That's right, Crooked would call you a heretic.
Okay, to be fair, he never played all of Rogue Trader, so he's also a heretic.
I'm here,
That's true. I really need to get back into it. Like, at this point, I'm gonna wait for the new DLC.
I did a full heretic playthrough. I molested this fucking Daemon sword and licked it. You are heretic.
What have I just come back to?
Transmitter must be broken.
Don't worry about it.
We're talking about how
beautiful this all is. Like, look how beautiful and cinematic the fucking atmosphere around you is. Like,
yeah, the graphics of this game are really good.
Oh, yeah, it's so good.
The handy chainsword. The handy dandy Space Marine chainsword. What an iconic weapon that is.
I will say though, like, I feel like chain weapons in general are like mostly what you need. Like, you don't really need a power sword in most cases. What baffled me is they never really made power shields.
Yes, it did. That's the storm shields.
Yeah, those are storm shields.
No, storm shields are literally the same technology as power weapons.
Yeah, it's also, if you look on the back of models, like not all the models that have it, I've realized, but some of them do. Like on the hand grip part, they have a little power nodule, just like the power weapons.
I'm talking about human-sized like power shields, though.
Oh, are we talking about like a bubble, a power shield?
Or you mean like, just like a normal like a storm shield, but a person, a normal human can carry it.
For a normal human, because like there is human-sized power swords, but there's no human-sized power shields.
I think it has to do with the power generation of it. Was the explanation for that? In order to generate a power shield in order to generate a power shield, there has to be a large enough power source to manage it, which is why also power weapons for humans have a lot less of a charge than power weapons for a space marine does.
Yeah, but I have one thing to point out. Potential coil.
You're going to have to riddle to me what the fuck you just said there, because I have no idea what you just said.
Okay, so tech priests, right? We're talking about Skitarii and tech priests at this point.
Right.
They have potential coils. They have these super engines in the middle of their chest that can power all kinds of technology.
Oh, you mean that? Oh, okay. Okay, I remember what you're talking about.
Why the fuck do Skitarii not have power shields?
Expendable. Don't want to spend the resources on them.
That would be something an admin would say.
Think about it. Like, a power shield for a tech priest would make perfect sense.
Actually, now to think about it, you think like the really high end, like super up in the echelon of like the cult Mechanicus tech priests, do you think more of them would like there'd be more like the personal shields that like
oh, you mean the personal field generators?
Yeah, that you occasionally see pop up in stories.
You would think you would see a lot more of them have shit like that, but they don't. And I'm just sitting here like,
I'm pretty sure that the personal field generator is rare. That's Dark Age of technology stuff.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, right? This is why I'm a heretic, because I can fucking just make that shit.
Okay, well,
you can't make that shit because the cat. Enough of your rogue trader lore. Let's talk about the actual lore here.
If you find one and you're like a really good tech priest, right? Why can't you just take it apart and fucking like manufacture shit?
That's tech heresy.
Well, hold on. To be fair to Alyona, there are like they do study to try to like reverse engineer like old technology. It's just that they really don't want to accidentally fucking break it, so it's why they prefer to find the proper STL file for it.
Yes,
because they really don't
STC.
STC, whatever. Fuck you.
That's 3D printing. 3D printing.
They want to find their 3D printed file, right? They don't want to pay for the fucking models, all right? Anyway, but yeah.
Games Workshop charges too much for these personal field generator archmagos, but my 3D printer.
My 3D printer is wild.
So because they do like research to try to like to come up with new technology and to reverse engineer stuff. It's just that they're really like slow about it. Like because of all like the rituals and shit. You gotta go through
and everything, right? This is why like if you stay with the Imperium, you're basically in GIMP mode. You clearly need to branch out from Dogma and embrace the fucking innovation of like.
The problem is the AdMech is kind of right.
I don't want innovation.
Well, the problem is the AdMech's kind of right, because like the thing is like the thing why like the AdMech is a thing is because of shit that happened during the Dark Age of technology when the human technology advanced so far that made things beyond their control, like the Men of Iron.
We're talking about AI.
Yeah. So they kind of
isn't there a ship that's still controlled by AI that exists?
Yeah, it's somewhere out there. We don't fucking know where, but it's somewhere out there.
A confirmed like robot that's controlled by one of the like what Men of Iron AIs.
Yeah.
But he's like he's like just hangs out with like a rogue trader because like he just doesn't want to get blown up. He realized, oh fuck, we like. You know, it's no like our bad. Yeah, I don't want to die, so I'm just gonna hang out
with a rogue trader, and he just works with the rogue trader. From what I remember, he just works with the rogue trader.
Yeah, the Blackstone Fortress game.
Yeah, he just pretends to be like just a normal robot. Like robot with moments of with miraculous moments of of doing shit, I guess.
Ooh.
No. The Red Trader knows he's a bad environment.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it reminds me
just
of
whenever they're like, in Imperial space, he just plays dumb. And whenever they leave Imperial space, they fucking go back to like their usual self, and they're like
It reminds me of the Gaunt's Ghost book, the first Gaunt's Ghost book, where they found the STC construct template on a chaos world with like a whole machine that could make men of iron.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
And they were corrupted by chaos.
Yeah, I remember the one Inquisitor one is like, we can use it against chaos, and then Gaunt's like, A, no, B, fuck off, and then I nuked it.
Oh, and C, this has been like, A, this has been on a chaos world for God Emperor only knows how long.
Oh yeah, I know.
And then you don't know what the hell happened to this thing.
Zeke's just licking their lips like, yes, turn it on, do it.
The thing about the AdMech is like it is wrapped in a lot of dogma. For instance, thinking that you know better than the Omniscience when you try to invent something and things like that. But there is a kernel of truth to it, right? There's a kernel.
That's why it's so fun to play, though, because like you play this like arrogant piece of shit person who's like, yes, I am the embodiment of perfection.
Alyona is just over here, just like, let me embrace my heresy.
I'm licking my lips and like fucking gremlin walking towards this shit.
See, that's why I couldn't be on a ship with Alyona. I'd walk into her fucking chambers and then she's like, look upon the god of perfection with her weird vestigial cancer limbs, and I just have to go, well, I'm going to call the nearest Inquisitor.
See, the thing is, like, you would want me around because I would be constantly inventing better medicine and shit to, like,
I don't know if I would. Honestly. Yeah, no, I made better medicine for you. I wouldn't take that. Alyona, if you came up to me, hi, I'm a Celesti Tzeentch worshiper who uses Xenos weapons with my vestigial little baby cancer limbs. And if I take my medicine, it'll be fine.
Chaos worshipping part. You wouldn't know the chaos worshipping part is the thing.
Oh, that makes it better.
Let's be real. My fellowship score is so high, you're never finding that shit out. What you know is I
really
use
good at
Xenotech.
lying to you.
What you know is I use Xenotech is what you know.
Yeah, it's still, even with Xenotech, I wouldn't trust Xenotech.
Sorry, Alyona, I'm sorry. The only chaos worshiper I will trust is Cultist Chen.
Or Fabius Wild.
Chaos?
No, listen, no. Listen, I trust people on a certain little like funny little registry more than I trust Fabius Bile.
Fabius Bile.
What was the worst that would happen with Fabius Bile, honestly?
Do you really want to know that?
I have read his books. I do know what will happen. But anyway, I like him.
The only person who stared at Slanesh, gave her the middle finger, and said, "You don't fucking exist." And
you're not real. You're just a figment of my imagination.
I do like that. He's just so much like, nah, this isn't real. This is all bullshit, and he just like keeps doing whatever.
So the thing is, Fabius he aligns with the Emperor's views on like fucking gods and everything to a fucking T.
No, he does. He doesn't like the Emperor's ban on messing with the gene seed.
Yeah, but the thing is, right? Like Fabius legitimately embodies the Emperor's ideals more than most loyalist fucking Marines do.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far.
No, he does. Because like he knows that he didn't want to be fucking worshipped.
Well, the Emperor would also knows the dangers of using chaos. That's the reason why he had the ban in the first place. The Emperor knows when going too far. Fabius Vile is a person who limits are for other people. These whole Hippocratic oath of do no harm is for stupid people.
No, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, do no harm? I'm perfecting the human race. I'm better than that.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. That's the problem with Fabius right fucking there. I'm creating great I'm creating great inventions, and all he creates horrors beyond their comprehension.
Might be fangirling a little bit for Fabius. Just saying.
I may have noticed that a little bit. But like I like Fabius and all, but even I know the reason why he's in the wrong is not because poo. He just wanted to do what the Emperor did.
A perfect clone of Fulgrim. The guy is a fucking badass. The guy is a fucking badass. You have to admit it.
He did make a perfect clone of Fulgrim. He also made a perfect clone of Horus, I think, too.
It wasn't a complete perfect clone because his Horus's soul. Because like the thing, if I recall, the thing that made the Fulgrim clone perfect was it actually like had the uncorrupted part of Fulgrim's soul go into it.
Yeah, it was fucking amazing.
The Horus clone was super strong and everything, but it still wasn't. It didn't have Horus's soul. It was not.
It was pretty close. But anyway,
yeah, I mean, it was as close as you could get with the fact that his soul.
And he also was also working on the other Primarchs during the meantime as well.
Yeah, that is whole thing he was doing. And then Trazyn. I love my fucking boy Trazyn.
Trazyn's pretty cool.
Plot device. Yeah. Trazyn shows up, T-poses like, yo, I'm taking your fucking Fulgrim.
Well, no, he did. He was gonna take Fabius, and then he just like, and Fabius like, well, what if I give you a perfect clone of Fulgrim instead?
It was a trade, but let's be real. If Fabius did not offer it, Trazyn was gonna just take it anyways.
Probably. Although I do like how like every couple of like decades or whatever, Trazyn just rocks up to the chapter master of the Salamanders, like, all right, I'm here to take that spear, boy. Like, give it to me. And then he just gets sent away. He's like, all right, same time next year.
Just like, no.
No, Trazyn is like, most normal people interacting with Trazyn, it's like you get stuck in a time loop and like you just get fucked.
I do enjoy the one story from the Infinite and Divine where Trazyn is doing a tour of his of all this stuff in his museum with just random people he picked up. And then he just like, now if you would stop screaming, I could tell you the importance of this historical artifact.
Trazyn is literally every Warhammer-tism person just being like, look, I just want to fanboy to you for a moment. Please stop screaming.
Look, stop screaming. I have some things to show you.
Think about it. If Trazyn just abducts you randomly, Bastion, right? Like, he's like, yo, I want to show you some sick shit. Like, can you imagine him just doing that randomly to like Imperial citizen? Just like picks up a random Imperial citizen. Yo, I want to fanboy to you real quick. Let me show you all the sick shit. Like, that would be so in character for him too. Like, that would legitimately just be so in character for him.
It's like, too. No one's coming around to see my gallery. Hey, do you want to see my? I mean, granted, you still have like about like probably like a 70% chance of being like forcefully inducted as a, backup piece for the gallery. But hey, at least you got to see some sick shit first.
The only way to survive Trazyn's gallery is if you're just like really particularly boring.
Yeah, the thing is like, if you get abducted by Trazyn and he's showing you his gallery, even if you go back to normal society, your brain is broken.
Yeah. It's also just like so crazy.
I went to the Forbidden Gallery. I went to the Forbidden Trazyn archives at some unknown point in the galaxy, and all I got was this lousy shirt.
Well, keep in mind, right? You would have to roll terror rolls and like all these kind of fucking rolls constantly with all the shit he's showing you.
I just like the idea of like a bunch of people just getting mind broken by Trazyn, and then just like one guy who just like, yeah, I liked it. It was a pretty cool experience.
Yeah, like, I would recommend it.
And he's like, man, that shit was awesome. You should see this shit. And everyone else is just gibbering fucking loot in the corner. Like,
I understand half the words the Metal Man said, but it was pretty cool.
I also like how there's
Trazyn speaks Low Gothic and High Gothic.
No. Like the things that Trazyn would probably tell him would probably go above the heads of a lot of the people there. But
oh yeah.
He'd be sitting like, oh, welcome to the War in Heaven gallery. What?
The what?
You see, after the war, these things called enslavers showed up, huh? The orcs used to be really big and smart. What the fuck are you talking about?
He then starts recounting you about the War of the Beast, and then the guy says, you made that up.
I would love to be a part of that tour. Could you imagine how much fun you would have on that tour?
It'd probably be fun.
It would be fun.
It would be so fucking epic. Like, sure, your brain might be shattered afterwards, but it would be so fucking epic.
He then starts recounting you the War of the Beast story and says, I don't think that happened. Why that happened? It sounds like a really shittily written book.
That didn't happen. You're lying to me.
No,
you're lying to me. You're lying.
He would bring you like a perfectly preserved pie from like 1950s fucking Earth.
That would be funny.
And be like, and it'd be like, here, have some of this shit.
No, dude, better than that. It's straight up from like the old school cartoons. It's still sitting in the windowsill with the fucking like the steam lines.
Yeah.
It's just someone's fucking wife, and like half like a section of their house just went missing one day.
That's the real fucking alien that's the real UFO that was seen on Roswell.
It was crazy.
Stop fucking Trazen fucking around.
Yeah, sir, when you see the balloon, there's Trazen. You see the World Trade Centers? There's Trazen.
Like the thing is, right? That would literally be perfectly in the lore for Trazen to do. He's the kind of guy that just show up places and fuck around for fun.
I just enjoy the idea of all the big pictures of throughout the history of the world, and just always in the background somewhere you can find Trazen.
Just hanging out.
He's awesome. Like, he's just everywhere having a good time. He's just fucking a goober. I love him.
He's straight up just wearing a Hawaiian t-shirt. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
A Hawaiian
t-shirt. With sunglasses and a really bad wig.
Oh, and one of those really big fuck off like tourist like cameras too.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were talking about chainswords, weren't we?
Oh yeah.
We were talking about chainswords. I was talking about power weapons. We somehow ended up talking about Trazen in a Hawaiian t-shirt.
Yeah, we're a little off topic. We're a little off topic.
Just a little.
No, but I just like chainswords. Chainswords are
chainswords are cool.
They're kind of a bullshit weapon though, because they're probably the first creature you hit with that, it is going to gunk up that mechanism so fucking fast.
First of all, they have like you rev it in reverse to help clean up the gunk.
Yeah, well, it's like so the regular chainsaws, but they still can get gunked up.
It's true, but these are more gunk resistant. Don't worry about it.
The gunk resistant. Don't worry about it.
And also, there are like stories of them being like blocked up with bones.
The obvious science to be gunk resistant.
There are like stories where like, oh, they got like, a little bit too much bone in like the revving part of the chainsaw or chainsword, so they have to clear it.
Okay. So I have to ask
you like the
chain axe or chain sword?
Chain axe.
Chain axe.
Yeah. Axes make a bitch wet.
It's just such a cool weapon. It's like a chainsword, but it's cooler.
But it's also got more heft, and I feel like the heft would really help the chain part out.
Probably
I do like the dueling with chainswords. I do like I think it was Gaunt's Ghost that had a video, a section about what dueling with chainswords is like when you duel someone else with a chainsword.
Oh yeah.
I
remember. I don't remember because it's been so long. If I recall, it has something to do with like, you almost don't want to like rev the if you're gonna like rev it, you have to like do it at the right time, because otherwise it could like because the other guy's all gonna rev in their chainsword and cause like a big like you like blow back like knock yourself away from it.
It's not really. It's like it's a lot of It's not like really like the it's not really like pushing against each other like what you would like with a sword. It's a lot of like the chainsword because the way the chains move, they start pulling against each other. So you kind of have to. So it's a bit more finicky, where you're almost like trying to pull against your chainsword getting pulled away from you.
Yeah, it's a lot more like a lot less finesse when you start like dueling with someone else with a chainsword.
Yeah.
I recall. Did he also bring up that something like actually putting your chainsword in reverse at certain points can like, because then it's not hooking on, it's kind of going with their blades too.
Yeah.
You can use it as a deflection tool by revving it in reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been a long time since I've read any of the Gaunt's Ghost books.
I was just saying, like, that section was like, it made it sound like dueling with chainswords is really finicky and not very.
Could you imagine?
It's like super like
parrying someone's chainsword with yours by revving it in reverse as you like try to parry, to give a more force behind your parry to set them a little bit off balance?
I'd say, like, imagine having the muscle memory to fucking do that's probably insane.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, these are Space Marines we're talking about.
Well, in the case of Gaunt's Ghost, that's a normal human being.
Yeah, he's just a normal dude fighting with the chainsword against someone else with another dude with the chainsword.
Yeah, having the
okay. Keep in mind, if that's your like preferred weapon, you've been using that for decades. Because like humans live a long time.
No, I'm just saying to get to the point to where you have the muscle memory to, without even thinking about it, flip the chainsword in reverse and parry at the same time while the chainsword's being swung at you.
Yeah.
That takes an insane amount of muscle memory to get
then
that
having
together.
like muscle memory and also like giving yourself enough time to then probably switch it back into the right direction to
also
dig into the person.
Keep in mind, neural enhancements and like brain cyber tech exists where you could like.
But not usually given out to regular commissars like Gaunt or Caiaphas Cain.
True. But I'm saying like in some cases you don't need the memory, you don't need the like muscle memory. You could legitimately just be thinking at that speed. Which is why you should
like a lot of people don't. That's kind of higher up.
Never dual tech priest.
Yeah, if I recall, the whole like talk of him like dueling somebody else who has a chainsword was talking about the time that he dueled and killed his uncle.
Yeah, who was he wasn't a Lord General. He was a
commanding
officer of a regiment.
Yeah, then because it had to do with like basically him being the one who killed his dad, Gaunt's dad.
Yeah, basically the reason why Gaunt's dad's dead
is because he like fled from battle and he's like, "Nah, I'm here to judge you for that shit that happened like 20 years ago."
Yeah, which. Oh my god, the amount of shit Gaunt gets away with.
Listen, Gaunt is a fucking listen, I love like Gaunt, but he is a god awful commissar.
He's a god awful commissar. He's terrible at it. He's not a political animal whatsoever.
Reminds me of a meme that was posted in my own Discord channel, right?
Right.
It was two commissars are talking. One of them is a old grizzled veteran commissar, and he's talking about, oh man, I'm starting to get old. I've only been like out here for 3 days, but it's felt like I've been here for fucking years. My entire body aches. Everything is in pain. And then the Krieg commissar pats him on the head. It's like, maybe it's time for you to retire. And like, think about it. If a Krieg commissar is telling you, maybe it's time for you to retire, it speaks volumes for the amount of service you've done. And the Krieg commissar was saying, your blood is not tainted. You don't have to be here until you die. You've accomplished so much in your life. Maybe it's time for you to just live the rest of your days.
I don't believe that would ever happen. Anyway.
What was it? Well, Caiaphas Cain, he retired.
Well, no, because keep in mind, Krieg commissars are unique entities. They're unique entities, right? They're unique entities that have to like look at things differently than the rest of Krieg. So they understand like other people who are not Krieg should not be like held to the same standards and stuff like that. So they're actually rather nice people compared to most commissars.
Yeah. Also, Caiaphas Cain only technically retired.
Well, he became like a teacher or whatever, right?
Yeah, he became a teacher at the School of Virginia, and then he got re-brought back into the guard after a while to fight against one of Abaddon's Black Crusades, and then he disappeared.
Because I've only read like the first Caiaphas Cain book, and I'm fairly certain it starts off with the one like Inquisitor lady that he gets in a relationship with.
Oh yeah, he has his own memoirs that he writes when he's retired. But
but isn't there all, because I could have sworn she also refers to his grave, doesn't he? Doesn't she?
Yeah, he is. But the thing is, Cain has come back from the dead so many times that
oh, that's right. She did specify. She said she's not actually sure if he's dead or not.
No one knows if Caiaphas Cain is actually dead. They think that he died, but they couldn't. But they never found his body.
Is Caiaphas Cain a perpetual?
Huh?
No.
What'd you say, Alyona?
No, he did. She asked if Caiaphas Cain.
No, he's not a perpetual. He just happens to get in really shitty. He just happens to get in really unfortunate situations where he's just presumed dead, but then he's not. And he's come back so many times that the what the fuck is the word I'm looking for?
The official. I don't think it says that his official status is missing. It's like it's like something he's basically.
Hold on, I'm trying to think of the bureaucracy. What the name of the bureaucracy of the Imperium is named?
Fuck. No, I'm probably blanking on it too right now.
Yeah.
The Lex Imperialis?
No, not the Lex Imperialis. It's the anyway, well, it'll pop into my head later. But they basically have him always listed on active duty, even though he has been on official accounts he has been buried, because he's come back from the dead so many times that he just basically they have no idea if he's dead or not. So
the real question is Jurgen's still around? Because if he's still alive and kicking, then
both of them are missing. Both of them are missing.
As long as he has Jurgen, I think he'll be fine.
But also, Caiaphas Cain would be that person that if he saw the chance to just basically dip and no one would ever know if he was dead or alive and wouldn't bother him ever again, he probably would.
No, I don't think so. Because he's really loyal. He's cowardly, quote unquote, but he's loyal.
At the point
he wouldn't run away.
At the point in his life, right? He doesn't have the Valhalla 597, for instance. He doesn't have the Scholar Virginias. It's not really a loyalty to the Imperium specifically. I would think it's more to the people around him, and I think that he would, if he had the chance to basically fully retire after doing everything that he already did, fighting against another Black Crusade, because this would be the second Black Crusade he fought, I would think he would just go, you know what, I'm an old man at this point, I'm just gonna go retire and be one to be left alone for a while.
How old is he? Because you gotta remember, people like Caiaphas Cain have access to rejuve.
Yeah, he's had a few rejuvenate treatments. I can't remember how old he was at the end. He was 200 years old, I think.
So 200's not that old.
Let's see, how old was he? We know that he was over 200 years old. We don't know his exact age.
Yeah, because basic humans without cyber, right? Without cyber, basic humans can live up to 600 years with rejuvenate treatments.
Yeah, it does depend on if he wants that rejuvenate treatment or not. Just you know what? I think I've been through enough. Enough is enough.
Dante? No, we're not talking about Dante. We could talk about Dante.
We're not talking about Dante. We're already off topic enough. We're not bringing up the Blood Angels yet. Dante's a guy who needs to retire. Dante's a guy who needs therapy.
He just keeps not dying no matter what he throws himself at. Although, Flesh Terrors, right? I like them, love them.
Okay,
I like Gabriel Seth.
Who's my dirty little fanboy nerd?
Oh, fucking hell. We're still getting off topic here. This motherfucker over here was going into the Flesh Terrors. I said we weren't doing the Blood Angels.
Listen, all I was gonna say is, despite the Gabriel Seth being the black sheep of the family, right? And no one really liking the Flesh Terrors. If I recall, during the devastation of all, at one point he basically took control of the whole battlefield because Dante was temporarily just taken out or knocked out or whatever, knocked out of the fight temporarily. And so for a little while he was in charge of the Blood Angels.
So he was denied death once again.
Yeah, Dante's still kicking. He's not allowed to die. Yeah, but
I'm sorry, the video. Sorry, the video. We're continuing.
Yeah, it's good to just.
Where's that damn virus bomb?
I would say the virus bomb in the beginning of Space Marine 2 acts very weirdly.
I'm up to my elbows in these wretched guns.
They launch a virus bomb to slow down the Tyranids as part of the death watch. Stop! Let me pause. They launch a virus bomb to try to slow down the Tyranids in this prologue, but it doesn't kill everyone on the planet. Is the thing.
Yeah, maybe, I guess you could argue maybe it's a specialized, it's an altered virus bomb.
Yeah, but then why?
Or hear me out. The virus bombs always have a chance of mutating during the actual release, because it's a highly mutative virus that's supposed to
it's supposed to be something that's designed to slow down the Tyranids, which I don't imagine that if it's a virus bomb that doesn't kill people, how it would really slow down the Tyranids, unless it's a full effect virus bomb.
Let me explain. The virus bombs, so in order for it to slow down the Tyranids, it has to be highly mutative.
Right.
And the problem with it being highly mutative is you can't really predict how they usually would work. What happened here is that the virus mutated in a way that like it didn't kill people very well. It basically mutated badly.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds very odd to me.
Because keep in mind, Tyranids are hyper adaptive individuals. So for it to be effective against Tyranids, you don't really have a control on how it mutates. The one thing you wanted to do is mutate so fucking quickly that Tyranids can't adapt to it quickly enough.
Yeah, you see, it would be really nice if the game talked about this at least a little bit. But they just go, we have a virus bomb. We're firing a virus bomb. And it's just like, okay, is this a normal virus bomb or is this a special virus bomb? I don't think in the actual dialogue of the game they ever really discussed this.
How virus bombs work, right? Because they're designed to specifically target Tyranid populations.
No, virus bombs is designed to target everything.
No, I can't remember what you're talking about, Leon, but there is a special like anti-Tyranid weapon that was developed by there was like a Tyranid like queen or some type of like Tyranid form that they took and they made like a special juice from its juices.
The Norn Queen.
That's it. They managed to capture a Norn Queen and made like an like a universal anti-Tyranid weapon from that. But that's not a virus bomb.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if you drop a virus bomb on a Tyranid population to like slow it down. You alter the virus bomb so that it mutates faster. Otherwise, it would be completely ineffective. Otherwise, it will not work on Tyranids, flat out.
Well, but like, if you're dropping a virus bomb on the planet, you wouldn't really care if it works on the Tyranids, because you're basically destroying all the organic matter around them. Your virus bombing, it would cause all the organic matter to decay to the point that then when you sent the missile afterwards that sends the planet into a fucking firestorm, which is usually how virus bombs work, you don't really care about the Tyranids at that point, because you're just scorching the entire planet.
Maybe it's just a really low. Maybe it's just a low yield virus bomb. Like it's just supposed to be just localized in one area.
Maybe
to slow them down there. Because I don't know how much. Because I don't think 40K ever actually explains how big a virus bomb needs to be big enough to wipe out a whole planet. It just says they used a virus bomb. They never actually specify.
No, but the thing is that it just.
Well, I'm just
I think they just wanted to use the word virus bomb because it's something that people remember, but they didn't really think about how they wanted this to actually work. Because I don't think it makes a lot of sense.
The explanation I'm giving makes the most sense. Like, if it was a virus bomb specifically designed to target how, Tyranids fucking propagate.
Virus bomb is one size fits all? Maybe. I think, let me see. Virus bomb.
Because I actually don't know too much about, like,
the drop in this fan were capital ship sized. They were using hoisted cranes to move them around. The one that he's carrying is on his belt. Maybe it is size dependent. Maybe that is what it is. It's just not a large enough dose to cause it to kill everyone, but just enough to fuck with the Tyranids a bit.
Yeah, because like there's like the whole like research trend doing that one area.
On Titus's belt. Then we're talking about a macro
Thank you for
dose
coming
as
by,
opposed to a macro
I
dose.
appreciate it.
Yeah, like I was just saying, like, because I haven't read too many horse heritage books, and I don't remember how much the virus. That's what I was saying. But maybe I always just kind of assumed that since
I do know that the virus bombs on capital ships are big.
Yeah, so I always just kind of assumed when I played through this that that is effective, like an actual virus bomb, full blood virus bomb. It's just a very small virus bomb. Like so it's all it will spread through an estimated like X amount of area to fuck with the Tyranids, but it won't go much further than that.
What you're saying is instead of using the blunt force instrument that a virus bomb is supposed to be, they're attempting to take the scalpel approach using a miniature version of it.
Yeah. Also get bean, bitch.
You a bitch.
Oh, Crooked, you good little bitch. You're barking for us already.
I hate all of you. You're all whores.
Left to us to share the glory now, Kelstros.
Hold on, brothers.
You're fighting the basic Tyranid bioform of former gods. Big beat.
Also, maybe unrelated, but I fucking hate fighting these Tyranid warriors with the whips.
I don't have a problem with them. When I figured out how that you could parry their whip, without the blue circle appearing, I stopped having a problem with that.
Well, yeah, so you can parry any of his melee attacks, as long as it's not the red circle. I knew that. It's just that, like, because they I kept seeing whips at the back, like, it's like, come out from, like, the side of the screen, like, speed up.
So they got the confidence with you in the ass like that.
What is your name?
They say, what is your name, match, and they whip you. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Tyranids and viruses, I do like that one story where Tyranids came into we're eating a world.
Multi-meltas are fun.
Multi-meltas are funny things.
Oh, was it where they were eating a world that happened to have Death Guard on it, and the bioship that ate the Death Guard immediately got turned on by all the other Tyranid ships in orbit and got like destroyed, and they just left its like carcass there to like leave it alone. They didn't want what the Death Guard had.
Oh, are you sure? Are you sure you don't want Nurgle's love, Tyranids? Are you sure you don't want Nurgle's love?
You don't know that Nurgle's love Tyranids go, nope, we're alright with that. You know what? You can stay where you're at. I feel like the Tyranids, after like coming into the 41st millennium and just going like, all right, time to eat this smorgasbord of tasty biomass, have just been learning slowly over time and just like, God, this place fucking sucks. so many places we can't eat.
Oh God, this place sucks.
This place sucks.
Because there's that one world that like 50% of the world was orcs and the other 50% was Tyranids. Did that war originally ended, right? Did the orcs win or the Tyranids win?
I have no idea.
Either way, I feel
neither won. They both left each other. After a while, they both left.
Huh.
I would think the Tyranids would never give up.
Yeah, because they have basically endless biomass from the orcs, and the orcs get to have endless from the Tyranids.
The thing is, the reason why they both left is because at a certain point, the Tyranids were like stalemating. They weren't gaining anything anymore. Like they were constantly mutating, but they weren't gaining any more biomass. They were like at a standstill. And
I thought you were about to say that the Necrons showed up.
I think eventually the orcs got bored, didn't they?
Could have been.
Could have been. I mean, you think if the Tyranids are constantly mutating, they'd constantly be having new ways to have fun with the Tyranids.
Well, I guess if you stabbed one setup of a Tyranid warrior, you've stabbed them all.
Actually, no, I think I remember. I think it ended up going off world and just like leaving the galaxy. Like that fight just ended up leaving the galaxy or something.
As you do.
Correct. I think Everett's correct. I think it like literally just fucked out of the galaxy.
There was one fight that turned into some orc hybrid monster that fucked off out of the galaxy. It's a fucking, what is this? A fucking a Tyranid orc predator? What is?
I don't fucking know.
This is a fucking Alien vs Predator Revelations nonsense right here.
This is something that like Games Workshop does. They write some really wonky shit and never talk about it again, and just like stuck off.
Oh, if we're talking about like fucking, if we're talking about series of storylines that fucking Games Workshop started and will never finish. I'm still waiting for the Night Lords to fucking attack Bieltan like they said they were going to. And then they never did.
Mean, yeah, but so I don't know what you're talking about, but here's the issue with that, right? I'm assuming you're talking about like they want to attack the actual craft world of Bieltan, right?
Yeah.
You see, the issue with that is there's more than just like 5 little piss babies at Bieltan, and so they don't want to do it. There's too many.
I'm talking about the end of the Night Lord trilogy had that.
The most unsatisfying end to a Primarch, Conrad Kurtz.
I don't mind it, because I don't mind his ending.
He's such a piss baby that he literally just accepted death from the assassin, and the assassin was so confused.
We also ordered all of his sons not to interfere, even if they find the assassin. Yeah, but like, because part of it, this whole thing was, like, part of it was he wanted to like prove that he was right and that he wasn't in the wrong for what. That's part of it. Like,
why is the Tyranids will touch orcs wars because of biomass? As Tyranids of Dwarves turn them all into orcs.
I don't think it would turn them into orcs.
I'm just imagining a big orc boy floating in space where there used to be a Tyranid hive ship because the Tyranid hive ship turned into an orc.
It just moves by yelling "wah."
It just floats there in the endless void of space. Just an orc with a big orc with a big chopper.
Oh my god, 100% orcs would look at that and go, "Holy fuck, is that orc? Is that like?
Is that Gork or is that Mork?" Yeah.
No, this is the redheaded stepchild son, Pork.
Pork. God damn it. Although I do like the fact that the orcs have never been happier than what's currently going.
But anyway, I was talking about the Night Lord trilogy. The Night Lord trilogy ended with the Prophet uniting the night a lot of different Night Lord warbands to go invade Bieltan. That was literally the ending. And then that was supposed to happen before this last Black Crusade happened. And well, guess what didn't happen?
They probably just forgot about it.
They did forget about it. You know, when people are saying that Games Workshop should advance the storylines, I'm pretty sure it's these kinds of stories they're talking about. The ones that ended on really weird cliffhangers that didn't go anywhere.
Isn't BL10 like Craft World like heavily damaged right now, or was at one point? I don't know if it still currently is in the current lore. I could have sworn because like it was like around the time the Rift opened up, they were because I know it was either BL10 had a lot of people like
Craft World. We're talking about Warhammer Space Marine 2, right?
We might be.
Crooked,
we could be.
How do you feel about Gilliam and your raid ship?
It's stupid, and it's just a stupid meme ship. It's not real.
It's real. I don't fucking care. It's real.
We already established that anything is real, as per John Warhammer's decree.
Nope.
You admitted it yourself.
No, I said that because they said it's not real. That said what they say is canon is not canon. Doesn't matter. I didn't say it wasn't. I didn't say that. That means that everything is real.
They're fucking. It's real.
No, but not.
Listen, Crooked.
Look, that Eldar is thirsty.
Down, Alyona. Down, Alyona. Your character's irrelevant. Even Games Workshop forgot about them. That's why they're not in the Eldar Codex.
Listen, I think. Wait, really? She's not in the Eldar Codex?
I have no idea. I just hear she's really bad.
To be fair, what I do know about them is they went from being this brand new like superpower in the 40k universe, right, to basically being referred to as a tiny death cult in the new codex, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, like it's the thing. It's just like what they want to do with your reign doesn't. They keep changing depending on what edition we're in. Like back when they started out in 8th edition, like they were a massive power and they gathered up all the different Eldar factions under them, and they're really amazing and cool. And now they're just
extremists. They're like fringe extremists that nobody listens to.
Yeah, like well, okay, all right then. It's kind of the same thing with Belisarius Cawl. Well, Belisarius Cawl went from being the Lord of Mars to a tech heretic to back to being the Lord of Mars to being another tech heretic who's out somewhere, and they're just like they don't know what the fuck to do with him.
so if you look at Belisarius Cawl, he's definitely innovated and fucked around a fuck ton. He looks like a heretic.
I don't like Belisarius Cawl. I will not elaborate on that. But I don't like Belisarius Cawl because he makes the Emperor look like he's pathetic. The Emperor needed the entire work of an empire in order to make the Space Marines. And Belisarius Cawl made a better version of the Space Marines with a fraction of the resources available to him.
Oh, by the way, he did that off a whim. It wasn't something like he put a bunch of research into. It was like he got bored one day. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna try this, and he fucking succeeded.
It's just also, like it was the Emperor fucking joke to you or something.
And don't forget that also, outside of like stashing these little, super Primaris Marines all around the universe that no one ever found. Which space is a big place. Okay, I mean it's weird that no one found any power signatures or anything. So it sounds like
he has enough fucking resources to do that is insane.
No, but the most insane part about all of it, right, is the fact that I think that if I don't remember which book it was, but it was really heavily implied that they had a cache of them in the fucking Soul system, and the custodians were like, "What?"
Yeah, no, they had a cache of them in the Soul system. The custodians didn't know, which is insane.
As soon as I read that, read that part.
Yeah. So keep in mind, the custodians are all like incredibly high-powered psychers, like mega warriors and everything. They're supposed to be
psychers.
Like fucking.
Yeah, they're not psychers.
No, all custodians are psychers.
No, that's the Grey Knights.
You're thinking of the Grey Knights.
All Grey Knights are psychers. The custodians aren't psychers because that's why they're meant to work alongside the Sisters of Silence.
Yeah.
They complement each other.
That's why they're the talents of the Emperor with the Sisters of Silence, because they aren't psychers. You're thinking of the Grey Knights.
Yeah, the Grey Knights were.
But anyway, unimportant. What is important is that the Grey Knights have an incredible information network to anything that involves the Imperium, and especially in the Soul system. And the fact that they didn't know is crazy. The fact that Grey Knights didn't know was crazy. The fact
nobody knew. Literally nobody.
The Inquisition didn't notice this. The Admech didn't notice this, especially with a conspicuously large amount of gene seed disappearing that he needed for this.
Oh yeah, for all the experimentation he was doing and whatnot.
Yeah, for all the experimentation he was doing, and you need a lot of gene seed to get the Primaris Marines going.
The fucking Gilliman technically just went around without anyone else knowing to the different homeworlds of the Space Marines and fucking just snatched up a bunch of people.
Yeah. The fact that this didn't cause a fucking civil war, I find to be fucking insane. I don't think the Dark Angels would take this very well.
To be fair, if I recall, the Dark Angels.
Not just the Dark Angels. Everybody.
Wait,
didn't Belisarius Cawl make some fucking Space Marines that were basically the Emperor's children, but not the Emperor's children?
Yeah, he did.
Well, if I recall, they're like theories, because it's like he was told not to use Traitor Gene Seed, and it's kind of theorized that he 100% used Traitor Gene Seed in some of them, but it's unofficial.
So
nobody knows.
The Emperor's children
nobody knows.
But air quotes, they're under this Ultramarines. They're definitely Ultramarine based.
Oh yeah,
definitely.
There's like a few
No, they were Imperial Fists. The ones you're talking about, they were Imperial Fist based, and it's just like the love of purple colors and phoenixes and
all these weird, odd just odd coincidences. If it was any other chapter, I'd probably be like, it is just a coincidence. Now, but because they were founded by Call's bullshit, I don't trust it.
Are Imperial Fists just okay with this, and they're just like?
Yeah, for some reason, everybody ended up being okay with it. Even the people who, by all rights, should have been extra fucking pissed off. Really,
like the Space Wolves, the Blood Angels, the Dark Angels.
Got fucking penetrated by fucking Fulgrim's spear.
But
are they really okay with this?
Well, take the Blood Angels and Space Wolves. They're incredibly protective of their gene seed because of the flaws in their gene seed that they don't want people knowing about. And then you're just like, oh, by the way, I stole a bunch of your gene seeds and made super soldiers out of them.
Yeah, and remember, the Space Wolves are so uppity about their gene seeds. They didn't even have any successor chapters up until the fucking Primaris.
No, they had successor chapters. They did.
No, they had if I recall, because I've been reading about, they had one that even if it was a second founding that they said fell to chaos, and it's kind of up in the air if that actually happened or not, and they died they have successor chapters, but they're a very heavily regulated kind of thing. The Space Wolves make them, the Space Wolves supply the gene seeds, the Space Wolves basically are involved in the entire process of making them. It's not really how the regular chapter has another founding, right? Where that's at the request of the Administratum, which that was the fucking bureaucracy I was fucking trying to remember the name of. As opposed to the Administratum, where they realize there is a need for more Space Marines, so they conduct another founding and go into the stores of gene seed to make a new chapter of Space Marines. The Space Wolves are more highly guarded about that, and they're the ones who basically the Administratum makes a request for it, and then the Space Wolves are basically the ones fully in control of that process.
because I'm pretty sure Space Wolves have. Let's see, Space Wolf.
I'm looking right now, and the only one that says that it's not the Ultimate Founding is the Wolf Brothers. At least the ones that actually have links you can click on.
I'm quite certain I had one. Like I have. Let me grab the. There was there a 4th edition Space Marine Codex? There wasn't. 4th edition Space Wolf Codex. Because I remember that, like, in the Space Marine Codex for 4th edition, there were other founding chapters for Space Wolves. But I can't remember if it was they had their own separate thing.
Yeah, because like it says the Wolf Brothers. I was thinking about where it says like, oh, they were too unstable, and so it doesn't really know what it says. Like, who knows what happened to them? Did they become heretics or they get refolded in? Who knows?
Yeah, I know that there was one Wolf Lord that did go turn to chaos.
There was. They were the Blood Wolves. Yeah, the Blood Wolves.
Yeah, they got destroyed. But
yeah.
I just remember that there were. Maybe I'm just being crazy.
And then there's an unconfirmed.
This is not lore I'm familiar with, so I'm just gonna let you guys do the wiggle.
I might just be being crazy then.
Yeah, because that was also the thing of when Magnus came to Fenris to run his fade back to get back on the wolves for the burning of Prospero, right?
Right.
Part of that storyline was one of the wolf priests had been working, he was one of the head wolf priests, specifically focused on biologist stuff, and he was working with the Space Wolf Gene Seed to try to make it stable enough so they could have successor chapters and not have to basically always be at risk of the shit going wrong, because their Gene Seed, because Space Wolf Gene Seed is highly unstable,
volatile,
especially around that time.
Highly volatile.
Especially around that time when the Wolfen started coming back in force. And so they were so the guy, he actually fixed it. He found he finished his project. He basically made at least an idea he could test it out of a Space Wolf Gene Seed that wasn't volatile, at least as volatile, so they could have successors. And then Magnus rocked up with the specific goal of destroying all the stored Space Wolf Gene Seed. He did destroy the tested Gene Seed. He didn't obviously get all of it. But the only reason why he didn't get all of it is because Bjorn woke up and said, "Bitch, I burned Prospero. I'm gonna burn you." And then Magnus got really fucking mad because he realized Bjorn was at the burning of Prospero. And then he started focusing solely on Bjorn.
I'm gonna burn you is such a fucking hard line. I love it. It's such a fucking hard line.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the old Wolf King,
Bjorn was just mad. He got woke up. Yeah, pretty much. Could you imagine him just having the best nap of his life? He wakes up to this bullshit of fucking Magnus destroying his Gene Seed.
Every time he gets woken up, it's just some bullshit going on. He got woken up during the month.
Bullshit's going on. They don't wake him up at any other point.
Actually, that's not true. They wake him up every 1,000, or not 1,000 years or whatever, to tell stories.
That's true. They do tell them. They do that. But
and then otherwise, what I do like about Bjorn's lore is because he's been alive so long, and he's always hooked up to the Fang's systems, to keep the Dreadnought in a suspension. For one, obviously, because he's so old, it takes longer and longer to wake him up. But also, his spirit
is time to wake him up is because they forgot the Wi-Fi password.
Bjorn, we require your sagas of the Wi-Fi password.
You did not just fucking wake me up for the Wi-Fi password. Please, Bjorn, we can't get on the internet.
God damn it.
It was lost to history, Bjorn.
I heard there was a story talking about how Bjorn's spirit is actually fully, essentially connected, not with just the Fang, but with the for lack of a better word, world spirit of Fenris. And so apparently, as I was talking about how he essentially, as when he's asleep in this Dreadnought at the Fang, he is spiritual, so he spiritually stalks the halls of the warp representation of the Fang to protect it from warp entities.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so that's basically what he's doing when he's
the game
asleep.
Going. I gotta use restroom. I gotta pee.
Actually, I also have to pee real bad, so I will also be right back.
I see.
All right, well, you have to hold on, Alio. You have to hold on.
You are
Alyona, you have to hold up the fort.
with the window seat.
Good luck.
You guys have been left alone with the window seat. How does it feel? Here, let me step on Crooked. Let me step on Crooked while he's gone. Yeah. He likes it anyways. So how was your sleep, Juicy? How was your sleep, one? You doing good? You doing good? Honestly, I didn't think that like we would be going on for 3 hours, but let me see how long the video's gone on for. We've only gone 8 minutes into the video, and we're just going on for like 3 hours. Great. I don't think we're getting to the end of this video, Crooked. I really don't think we're getting to the end of this video.
It's going to be a multi-part sort of thing.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're at 8 minutes into the video. It's been 3 hours.
Anyway, I should continue the video. The Hero Warrior with all of his weaponry, his bow, sword, whip, arm strangler, venom cannon.
You sure you don't like that whip a little bit too much, Crooked? It doesn't excite you?
No, I'm sorry, not Bastion. I can actually parry the whip, unlike Bastion.
Look, sometimes you have to feel the sting of the whip to know you're truly alive.
Alright, Slanesh, calm down. Sit down, Slanesh.
I don't know what you're talking about. Me and my feathered butt over here is just gonna vibe.
Oh, it's feathered too. Of course it is.
What happened? I missed.
Alyona's butt's
Look,
feathered.
my plumage is beautiful. Okay, my plumage and my wings are beautiful.
Okay,
You're a tech heretic and you have wings, you say.
At this point, why don't you study? Why don't you just play up on this?
Brother.
When you study,
At this point, why are you a oh, I apologize. Stop. That.
Oh, because my GM at the point did not let us start as any type of Xenos. So I started as a like exploratory biologus person. For,
So
like,
you're just a fucking tech heretic in denial.
I am a tech heretic.
But
I started as a like normal explorator, and slowly over time I just slowly inched towards the homunculus shit. And then like I was passing all my checks, right? And it slowly dawned on my like game master what I was doing. He's like, God fucking damn it, Alyona.
yeah, good luck, I guess. Good luck with him, I guess.
Eventually I was this like black-robed cog girl that like nobody knew how I actually looked like underneath my fucking mask.
That had multiple vestigial limbs and bird plumage.
Multiple normal limbs. I passed my checks. I got perfect quality clone limbs I grafted onto myself. They were perfect quality. They're not vestigial.
Listen,
Yeah.
Alyona. A perfectly cloned baby limb is still a perfectly,
It's not a baby limb. They were normal arms. But like, legitimately speaking, after a certain point, it dawned on him everything I was doing, I was pulling off. He's like, I can't believe the other police have not found out you're a chaos heretic yet. I'm like, look, people are dumb.
What do you want from me, man?
But like, I was this weird black-robed figure. Like, I had the like Mechanicus robes, but they were like pitch black, right? Because like I was basically a fucking heretic, right? Like EK. Right. Like you're allowed to have a heretic on your ship, like EK on your ship. Like as a rogue trader, you wouldn't get like fucking in trouble for that. So like I was a heretic, like fucking doctor on the ship. No one knew how I looked like because I had this fucking like metal beak mask at all times. No one knew how I looked like underneath my robes. And I kid you not, a year and a half into this game, I finally like got hit with a fucking like flame attack full dead on and burned my robes off. And they saw me in all my fucking glory.
Oh. So then you're like, a monster, and they burned you on the spot.
No, they were too busy fighting off. We were fighting off corn cultists.
No fun.
So like they were too busy fighting off corn cultists to focus on me, because like I was actively killing the corn cultists, like one of the better fighters. So at that point, there was a better fucking like thing to focus on, right? So afterwards, they confronted me, and that's when I held them all hostage with the gamma field turned off.
Oh, yeah, all right,
that's why I sacrificed most of the crew and underwent my apotheosis on the fucking ship. Yeah, I'm like, guys, you didn't have to confront me. You chose to do this. You put my back.
Clearly, my only reasonable course of action is to become a demon prince.
Yeah.
This is truly my only choice. You drove me to this.
I passed all my checks. I set this up months ahead as a contingency plan. And I became a Demon Princess then and there on the Rogue Trader ship.
How the hell do you set up becoming a deep apotheosis as a contingency plan? For most chaos factions, that's a fucking end goal. Alyona is over here just going, that's my backup plan, just in case my tap dancing routine doesn't work.
I had all my fucking rep and everything set up already. It was like almost maxed out. My corruption was at like 90 or something like that. I
don't know how they just didn't fucking notice that you were noticed before that point. Like talk about you get over like 50% corrupted and just like no. See, my robes are stopping it.
No, I was a ship doctor, and I amputated any like mutations and stuff that were like not immediately beneficial and stuff that would like tip people off. I had special inscriptions on the Sister of Battle power armor I commandeered and like retooled. So like it was covered in scriptures and everything to hide my corruption. So like if you're a cypher walking by me, you couldn't detect me because of the fucking like scriptures on the armor.
Yeah, she's a tech heretic. Like, a heretic. Of course, she fucking defiled a perfectly perfect piece of armor.
It was a whole thing, and like the Rogue Trader was fine with all the tech heresy. They should have been a bit more sus on it, but they were fine with all the tech heresy, which allowed me to mask my actual heresy. It was fucking badass.
See, this is why you shouldn't allow tech heretics.
So the whole time, the GM was just sitting there, fucking like pinching their nose. Like, how the fuck did all the fucking other players not find this shit out by now? The Galafield shit starts happening. They're like, all right, guys, there's no way for you to beat her. Upon her turning off the Galafield and sacrificing the majority of all the like non-player characters, she becomes a Demon Princess. We're having the final boss fight, and she's playing the boss. Have fun.
Here's the final boss fight. She's the boss. Good luck.
Oh, after they said that I was the boss, like half the players like, nah, I give up. Because I was the strongest fighter in our party already. Like I had such high unnatural armor and unnatural toughness that it was almost impossible to fucking hurt me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
like,
start on this.
We're not dealing with this shit. They're like, we're not dealing with this shit.
Trust you, bold pistol.
I swear on it.
Trust in me. The way goes is trustable.
Well, I don't trust you, Alyona. I know you're not trustworthy.
But the thing is, right, like, I didn't actively want to end the game until it was my contingency plan. Instead of like my full plan, it was my contingency plan.
Well, you've all brought this upon yourselves. You could have been chill. You could have been cool, but now I have to become a demon prince. Look what you've done.
The virus bomb. No. For every gaunt I smash, 10 more come raining down.
What, Alyona?
Oh, that's what they were saying. They're like, wait, when you beat it with your secondary plan? I'm like, oh no, I want this thing to last for 3 years if I could. So I was like, my plan was to maintain this level of like reputation and corruption, and just like vibe. You guys made me stop. You guys made me fucking stop.
You made me do this. The humble full pistol.
It's good. There's a reason why it's a standard like fucking thing. It's good.
Oh yeah, I wish I wish you could play as the Death Watch more in the base game. After the prologue, you're an Ultramarine, so you don't get to use any of like the special Death Watch stuff.
You should have been allowed to keep it. I feel like you should have been allowed to keep it. It would have been fucking.
To be fair, there's a chance they'll just say fuck it, you can have it because it's cool. Because I know they recently did that with the assault class. They said fuck it, we don't care if it's against the rules. You get the Thunder Hammer, or no, the Bulwark gets
the Bulwark they gave them the Thunder Hammer, which was really cool.
Because they like the Bulwark, that's cool, so we're giving it to them.
Yeah, like if they give the if they bring in like Death Watch equipment, that would be really fucking cool. Like being able to bring a Hyperphase blade would be pretty fucking sweet.
So outside of the obvious choice of like having a power axe, you also need power claws.
Lightning
If I remember correctly,
if
you were in Death Watch. If you were in the Death Watch, you had certain equipment, and then like you fulfilled your duty. I think you were still allowed to keep your equipment.
No, they basically take everything, including like the battle harness you get, except for like whatever pendant or any like whatever marking you use to represent the squad you're part of. They take away everything
you
else.
don't get to keep the Death Watch stuff.
Yeah, they take away all of like your medals and everything.
Time.
Yeah, you don't even get to keep the battle honors.
No, yeah, you're not allowed to talk. You're basically not allowed to talk about what you're doing in the Death Watch.
I am at the
Yeah,
cross.
I think it's the it's some space book. Well, I think I'm on book 2 of 3. I think it's the Yarnhammer like saga or whatever. Because one of the main characters is him freshly coming back from Death Watch. And the very first thing Death Watch does is they take away all of his metal, all like the adornments that like signifies all of his achievements.
My brother, you have.
I just get ahead. Whoops.
Oh, okay.
Oopsie poopsie. Sorry, I'm trying to change the volume.
Anyway, just they take away all of the basically they take away everything that's not like you didn't come in with the exception of like the.
You keep your pauldron and shit. Like if you have like a black shield, you keep the black shield forever.
Well, I think that's like depending on the chapter, how much the chapter wants you back. Oh, speaking of black shields, we can talk about the black shields now because we said we'd wait on it.
Yeah, we said we'd wait on it. Here we are.
So, because remember we were talking about the Carcharodons and how they were formed from the black shields of Ravengard. Because if I recall, they were essentially
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because if I recall, they were they were all like the Terran born that were part of the Ravengard. But they didn't really fit in, but they were specifically the ones that they couldn't adapt or fit in after Korax took over, because the original Raven Guards, they were all like slavers and stuff. And basically the Black Shields of the Raven Guard didn't quite gel with the fact that was going away.
But by slavery.
And so they were kind of like put on like way outskirts duty, kind of just like shunted away. And also there's another thing, they also kind of preferred their original Raven Guard leader over Korax. I don't remember his name. They like the Carcharodons are kind of funny because they actually refuse to ever mention him. They call him like they just refer to him as the Forgotten One. But anyways, that's also why like the Carcharodons are like.
Well, like, what did the Black Shields do during the Horus Heresy then?
They so specifically the Raven Guard Black Shields, they were just never contacted like by any side because nobody knew the side they were on. So the Korax didn't want to get in contact with them because he kind of thought they would, because of the whole, they still want to be like slaver stuff. And, obviously the heretics Horus and them didn't really want to risk getting contact with them just in case all of a sudden now they're inviting, infiltration specialists right into their midst. They kind of didn't want to do that.
It's way too dangerous to fucking contact anything Raven Guard to be a part of your operation if you don't know if they're 100% on board.
No, the thing I find really weird about this.
They will fake it until the most critical mission pops up, and then you're fucked.
Yeah, so the Raven Guard Black Shields were just kind of left out in the outer rims of the Imperium to kind of just do whatever. And then they eventually formed the Carcharodons. Well, technically they split up into two factions. One, I can't remember the name, but they fell to chaos, and the other ones stayed loyal and became the Carcharodons. But funny enough, those two groups have a kind of amicable relationship, if I recall. So even though that they will kill each other,
kind of weird that also Korax didn't call them.
Like I said, I think part of it was just because, like I said, they were still kind of the ones who also were in the Raven Guard Black Shields were also still the ones that were kind of loyal to the old leader of the Raven Guard before Corax was found. Like even after Corax, they still kind of preferred him, which is also part of the reason why I think he was a little bit hesitant on being.
I want to point out that Primarchs have a special effect on all their like Marines. Like them being around has a psionic effect that resonates across all their Marines. So for them to like prefer the predecessor to Corax instead of Corax is really weird. It was really fucking weird. Like
so they were kind of like they were just like so not only did they say no, Dad, we want to keep enslaving madly across the galaxy. Why are you telling us not to do that no more? We liked old Dad better.
Yeah, which is really weird because they're supposed to be like subdued by that psionic presence.
Yeah, so like it was like the whole thing. They were still loyal to Corax. Like they're still like you said, like the Cardassians are obviously loyal to the Emperor and Imperium.
The Eldar rotating time rails.
God damn it!
You rotated, idiot.
Yeah, so they were still loyal, but like it was the whole thing of like they were such weird outliers that Corax wasn't sure if actually contacting them was a good idea.
I mean, to be fair, it makes perfect sense. If they're not hit by that psionic presence, and they're not quite clicking, there's something seriously wrong.
Yeah, and it's not like even the ones that are hit by the psionic presence can't still turn traitor against their Primarch, because there was examples of that in the Guard. Obviously, the traitor Primarchs had the Marines stay loyal to the Emperor. Like, so it's not like even the psionic presence isn't a guarantee. The fact that these guys were seemingly just resistant to it, like outright, it was just odd.
It's definitely the abnormal case. It's like 0.01% of Marines don't fucking fall in line immediately.
Yeah, although one story
with Corax, it was way more than 0.1%. It was like fucking like 6 or 7%.
I hadn't heard anything about this. Them being part of the Raven Guard. Like I know that it's one of those things that was theorized, but it was always unconfirmed that they were part of the Raven Guard. I was quite certain.
So there's always been kind of some
the original parts were, none of them that are surviving are anymore, but like they were created from that offshoot. Like
they appeared.
Original ones.
Because the Carcharodons appeared basically during they just appeared one day with no one knowing anything about them, and then all the Inquisition had was basically a document that talked about them from the unknown era of the Astropath War. That was the 32nd millennium, was like when the oldest thing surrounding them.
Yeah, so that's how Raven Guard operate. They're like extreme stealth ops. So the reason why there's like nothing known about them is because they were originally a offshoot of the Raven Guard. That like they were created from that. So like some of them, the ones that you'll never see. Right?
I'm saying it sounds like a lot of theorizing and confirmed.
They don't have to trademark a card on like parts. Like they don't have to trademark mutations. They have the Raven Guard version. Because those are like the old ones.
Yeah, well, obviously they're like, because that was their gene states like heavily mutated just in general, just because of being so far, of everything. But
I gotta say, like a lot of this seems a lot more theorized than hard lore. Like, where is this from?
Part of it, I actually think it's actually funny if in the book Outer Dark, once again, they don't actually straight up say, yeah, we're Raven Guard successors, but they do talk about the Carcharodons and like the one Chaos warband I was talking about that they have.
Okay, so it's in the Outer Dark. I haven't read that one. I have that one.
Yeah, so if I recall, there's a
the
conversation. Sorry, go Alia.
The thing is, we can agree on one thing. They're definitely successors to the Raven Guard. The way they work, the way they operate, they're successors of the Raven Guard.
Probably.
Like, this we can agree on.
Yeah, there's like just basically like super brutal Raven Guard that also like to enslave people.
Yeah, like you have to agree with that part at least, Crooked, because like the way Tyberos works is very Raven Guard coded.
Coded. Didn't leave me with that. But the I don't know, like the way I saw them work, the way they worked in the Badab War, where they literally just drop pod into a city and just slaughter everyone. It wasn't very Raven Guard.
Yeah, but hold on, the Badab War was kind of special because they looked at the situation with the Mantis Warriors and they said, all right, we know how to get them to us. We're not going to even bother fucking chasing them around. We're just going to start, because we know they'll come to us if we their population centers.
So the thing is, right, like every successor chapter is going to be deviant in some way to like the original chapter.
Right, but there's usually at least some inkling of them being part of the successor chapters from before. Like
the
stealth part is very, very Raven Guard coded. The whole like also you can't even see them being there thing is Raven Guard.
Yeah.
I have to point out, Crooked. Remember in the Badab War, which you bring up as arguments of not being or potentially not being Raven Guard, they snuck up on the Inquisitors like fortress, like Star Fortress that was all the Space Marines were basing out of. With their their main flagship, and no one saw them coming until they were basically already docked with the station.
Yeah, but then I would bring up the Red Tide book where they were not stealthy whatsoever, where they weren't really stealthy at all.
Well, to be fair, because they were just going there to get slaves. They didn't think there was anything else going on. They were just going to show up, take their slaves, and leave. That was the whole. Because that's the Red Tide, is they show up to pre-designated planets, pick up their slaves,
they grab their stuff, and
maybe some slaves become prosperance of for future Carcharodons, some to stay as slaves. But then they happened to show up the same time the Night Lords were also raiding the planet. And so it was literally a race between who can get the most slaves and then kill the other.
Exactly. Like you can't really take that as a like showcase of like their typical normal battle tactics.
Don't you tell me what I can and can't do.
They should have thinking situation normal, right? But it turned out to be all fucked up. And you're like, see, they didn't stealth. I'm like, why would they stealth? Why would they stealth up when they thought everything was normal? And it turned out that it wasn't.
I'm talking about like more like in the case-by-case battles of the that happen in the prison complex beneath the planet's surface. Those were very much straight up just downright even Imperial fist ways of fighting.
I'm going to tell you that the Raven Guard did shit like that too. It was not always 100% stealth. They were able to fight dead on also, and in fact they did so often.
I would take the things from like the what the Fall of Damnos. What was the fucking book that I just read? Hold on, I need to go to my Audible so I can find out what fucking book I just read.
So while you're looking for the name of the book, I'm gonna keep talking because I didn't finish my thought about the Underdark, and why that kind of helps reinforce
Hunt for Voldorius.
The what? The Hunt for Voldorius?
Hunt for Voldorius.
Wasn't that kind of like a shitty book?
I mean, it was It was but it was but I mean even that like that detailed like how, or like the Ultramarine books that details how the Raven Guard fight. And they, even though they will fight straight up when needed, they will try to look for the way to disappear into the shadows and stab you in the neck whenever they can.
But also remember, like these are like they were already deviants back when Corax was still around. These are like extra. They're like extra deviant now.
not a super deviant.
Yeah, but so they're still like doing like stealth tactics, but they also don't mind getting caught up in the mentality of the like.
You gotta
and then their vision goes fucking red.
Their main mutation is that like they're like more shark-like now, right? They're more like blood.
Yeah, the older they get, the more like rough
get into the thick of things. Like that's the deviation from like the Raven Guard, which was more like observers and like they attack when they need to. They still employ the stealth tactics, but it's not their only playbook. Like it's not their like go-to only thing now.
Yeah.
They use it as an advantage. They don't necessarily use it as their go-to.
Yeah, like they do like kind of like situation by situation. Like I said, the War of Badab, when they figured that the easiest way to get the Mountain Warriors to actually fucking fight them instead of doing like hit and run tactics was to start just slaughtering all the civilians because that would draw them out. And there's another time when a
Tyberos just appear behind each and every single one of them and stab them with his lightning claws.
Why does he need to do that? And he just
because it's funny.
That would be funny if he just like Nothing personal, kid. Every fucking one of them. But anyway, no. But there's also the time where there's a fleet is gonna like eat a planet and then like grow in size exponentially and keep kind of going, like snowballing like fleets do, because it was like an outer world planet. And so so I do think it's fine. Their solution to this was like, okay, we obviously have to kill the planet, right? Make sure there's no biomass here. But that's a lot of fucking people, even for us. So they contacted the one Chaos Warband that they have a slightly hostile but amicable relationship with, and said, "Hey, you want to go kill a whole Imperial planet with us?" And they said, "Fuck yeah, brother!" And so they just worked together to kill an entire Imperial, starve out in a tiny Tyranid fleet.
Well,
but else was
the thing is, like, one, it protects the Imperium because like more Tyranid equal bad. But like for the Chaos group, it's like, oh, you're telling me I have free reign to do whatever the fuck I want to this planet? Fucking bad.
Yeah, so I just thought it was funny. But it's like the other Dark Book, like the one Chaos faction they're talking to, they like, because the Paradons, they refer to like the original, like you pre-Korax leader of the Raven Guard as like the unspoken one or sort of the unnamed one or something like that. Something like Forgotten One. That's it. Forgotten One. And then the other, the Chaos Warband, who was also part of them that broke off and became Chaos, they like to straight up say his name and be like, oh, but at least we didn't forget whatever his name. And then the base Tybros or whoever's talking to the base response was, okay, we don't say his name, but we live by his ideals, unlike you.
Base Tybros. And then here he comes, flying off the rails. Base Tybros is coming through.
Listen, unironically, the reason why
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but there's a giant man right behind you.
He teleports behind you. That was an interesting opinion you had there. I would like to discuss it further.
So I said earlier, Carcharodon's third favorite of the least loyalist Space Marine chapters, right? Normally all my top three, or other top three, because my number 2 slot's equally tied, they're all kind of chapters known for helping civilians and being kind to them. I just love how the unapologetic asshole nature of the Carcharodons. It's the show, so it was a combination of how they decided to draw out the Mantis Warriors, and when they said we were tired of fighting in this one city, so they fought down to the one core to disrupt the one hive city so it'd blow up and fuck up the planet. But then they just rocked up with their spaceship, it cracked in half to reveal a super gun, and then used that to Death Star the planet after you to finish it off. I like these space sharks. They're my third favorite now.
Another thing with the space sharks, I like to imagine that the salamanders save a planet, help the civilians and everything and leave, and then moments later the Carcharodons show up and just take on the civilians as fucking slaves.
You are being rescued. Please do not resist.
Wait, but the salamanders already came by. We're fine. Please do not resist.
You know what faction is pretty cool? The Executioners.
Remind me of them.
There
I know
Space
of them,
Marine chapters that were involved in the Badab Wars. They're an Imperial Fist Assassin chapter that are really into axes.
That's right. I remember. And if I recall, since they did have an alliance with the who was the chapter master of the Astral Claws at the time?
Lufuron.
Yeah, that's right. Since they had an alliance with them, a really old alliance with them, but the chapter master of the Executioners were like, "Fuck, I kind of want to agree to this." So his agreement was, "All right, I'll take a couple companies, and the rest of you will just disavow me."
Yeah, pretty much. You're just we're gonna honor our word, but I don't want to bring the entire chapter into this. So
yeah, and then I do like the fact that they end up switching sides.
Because they realized that the Astral Claws were taking gene seeds.
And dude, not even just gene seed of the people they're fighting, they were even taking Executioner gene seed.
Well, they're taking everyone's gene seed that they could get.
I think that's what also extra pissed them off, is because they're like, wait, you're taking your allies too? Fuck off.
Well, the salamander tells them there's a bunch of gene seeds stored on this ship, and he just what? And then he'll show them.
So do you guys want to hear about the Blood Ravens?
Sure, about to answer Iverick's question. I actually don't think they're Thousand Sons.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The problem, it's the problem with the stuff that wasn't canon being brought in to canon now. It's kind of just like where the fuck they actually sit. It's kind of a precarious position.
They know they're a fleet-based chapter, so they don't have any like worlds to tie them down. So you can kind of.
Well, they had a world, but now it's gone. But
oh yeah, but the main thing why I'm also like, oh, they're not Thousands, because I know they had like a few real powerful psychers, but if I recall, like nowhere near as much as you would expect from a Thousand Sun successor.
Thousand Sons were like literally just psychers galore. Like
yeah, they were all psychers.
Yeah, and then you had the Blood Ravens where they have strong psychers, but not everyone's a psyker.
Well, it's kind of like what I'm talking about, like when it comes to like characters from canon being brought into non-canon being brought into canon. Like Titus is in that awkward position too. Like where the fuck he sits in the lore, because they because he was originally a captain of the second company. That was what it was in Space Marine 1. But in Space Marine 1, that game wasn't canon. So it was just like, okay, sure, yeah, Captain Titus, captain of the second company. Now it's canon. Now we have a new backstory being made of Titus was the captain, then he went off to be a Black Shield, and then Kaito Sicarius then became captain of the second. But now he's off being a Gilliman's bodyguard, and
you know what?
now it's this guy.
I do appreciate that Kaito Sicarius basically said he will never take the Rubicon. I do like that.
Except he did.
Or at least did he? Because I remember this one book because someone was asking him, why don't you take it?
I'm pretty sure Kaito Sicarius is a Primaris model now.
Is he? Because I remember like one of the books is one of the earlier books for like.
Let me double check. I might be wrong.
I don't remember which one it was. It was like one of the books that came out like I think leading up to the Plague Wars. It was one of like the Ultramarines or somebody was talking to Kaito Sicarius, and they were like, "Oh, how come?" And they were like scoffing at him because it was his fucking firstborn acting as like a personal bodyguard to Gilliman, and he basically told the guy to like. I don't remember exactly. It's been a long time since I read the book. But part of it was because he was like stuck in the warp and he had a bunch of fuck shit happen to him, and so he wasn't as brash or like self-promoting anymore. But he basically said that
God, I hate that.
Didn't want to be. He basically said that he rejected the Primarch's personal offer to become a Primaris, and I don't think he outright said. Maybe he didn't outright say he would never be Primaris, but he did kind of make it seem like there would need to be like a very specific situation, like you basically to be either you become Primaris or you're just gonna flat out die kind of situation.
Oh, I'm gonna see if I can find him somewhere. I was quite certain that he became a Primaris Marine. I don't know like lore wise or anything like that, but I do remember there being a model for him being Primaris Marine. Maybe it was just someone's custom model that I'm just confusing with the real thing. Maybe. Yeah, now kind of Garrus just needs to be a fucking character anyway. Because once he became bodyguard to Gilliman, he basically stopped being a character.
Unironically, I think after that book, they never mentioned him again, even though, like I said, it's one of the books that like immediately precedes the Plague Wars. And obviously Gilliman's heavily involved in doing shit on the front. Garrus is never fucking mentioned. The only bodyguards mentioned are the couple custodians that accompany Gilliman. They never mention any of the Ultramarine bodyguards that he like personally keeps either. It's like, what the fuck? I think they mentioned like a couple standing guard outside of like his door to his chamber, and that's it. They don't actually mention any of the other ones personally guarding him.
No. Like I said, they stopped really. Once Primarchs get involved in your chapter, you stop being a character. You're a quirky thing that someone brings up every so often. That's about it. I
think that's just a product of bad writing, because you can have the Primarchs without losing the fucking.
No, it is a product of bad writing. It is. I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying though. That's how EW is handling Primarchs in the modern 40k, is that your character who existed before, who was a big thing in this chapter, will now be obliterated. Please do not resist.
So two things, right? One, I'm still so upset that they took away Logan Grimnar's fucking sled. Like, fuck off, GW. Give me Santa's sled.
Oh, it was Tigurius. Tigurius is a Primaris Marine now.
Okay. Anyway. But I was thinking about it, right? Because we're...
Wait, Wait. You could take a normal Marine and turn him into Primaris?
Yeah. Crossing the Rubicon is. That's why Titus becomes Primaris.
It's how Titus becomes the Primaris Marine in this game. It's also how
Manius Calgar is the Primaris.
Yeah, it's how crossing the Rubicon is supposed to be 90%.
I was under the understanding that like Primaris Marines were like replacement Marines for the normal Marines. Like
Games Workshop said they wanted to resell you your character models. They didn't want to get rid of any of the character models, so they just made up.
Yeah, that's why like Kaven Shrike, whatever his name is, whatever the chapter master of the Raven Guard, he's the Primaris now.
Yeah, Kayvon Shrike is. Corsaro Khan is.
So why doesn't everyone just get the upgrade?
Oh, because it's supposed to be like super
originally,
fatal.
It was like really fatal. I think they did recently change it. Like, they've managed to perfect the process so it's less fatal. Now, it's still pretty fatal, but less fatal. So now it's like, instead of like a 90% chance of killing you, it's now only a 60, except for named characters where it's 100% successful.
Yeah, except if you're a named character, then it works every single time.
Okay, so that's why it's not just massively fucking done. Because I was sitting here like, wait, why the fuck wouldn't you just undergo this procedure?
It's like, to be fair, so funny enough, I actually think they're coming out with new named characters for the Space Wolf Codex dropping, but which I don't know why but like as far as I know, the only old character from the Space Wolf line that was Primaris was Ragnar Blackmane. Yeah, and I think of all the firstborn of all the first founding chapters, I think Logan Grimnar might actually still be the only one that's not Primaris.
Yeah, they have to split a Space Marine all over. They do have to split them all over. Still doesn't change the fact that if you're a named character, it's 100% successful.
Remember, all the main characters have a fuck ton of fate points accumulated from the years of service.
Yeah.
They just invoke their fate points and auto succeed.
Except if you're except if you're Salamanders or Iron Hands, then they don't upgrade your characters at all, and you get new ones.
Yeah.
Because Adrax Agatone for the Salamanders is still the only named Primaris character. Vulcan Heastan is still firstborn.
Okay, so there are still a few of the.
Yeah, it depends on how well your model sells.
Fair enough. Yeah, so at least when I tried to like just control effing it on at least the wiki for Medic said they don't actually have the proper like new codex now, so maybe it did change since he also got a new model. So I guess we'll find out when the codex drops. But as far as I know, Logan Grimnar is like one of the only.
It looks like they cut his head off and stuck it on a new body. Maybe we don't know the exact process of how a Primaris what happens when you cross the Rubicon.
Yeah, we don't actually know. They never. To be fair, I'm okay with them keeping that vague if they're going to do it. Just keep it vague
I don't need an answer on that. I'm just wondering.
You want an answer? Let me show you this new book that just came out on how
I said no. Games Workshop, shut up.
It turns out it's something like completely stupid, like something you would not even think would.
They give him an unflavored Reese's Pieces.
I was gonna say they give him a pomegranate.
They give him
they
an unflavored Rice Krispie treat that you have to eat it all.
Belisarius Call has this fucking like Dark Eldar, fucking slave boy that goes in and actually fixes everything.
Oh my god, that would actually piss me off so much more than his Belisarius Call doing it. Yeah, just a Dark Eldar slave doing it all.
Yeah, no, fucking just like you go into the room with Belisarius Call and just like, is that a fucking Dark Eldar? And you just get hit over the head and put him on the table.
You're like, is that homunculus? And then you're like, shut up, slap.
Then you take a dart in the neck and you just fall unconscious.
Call has a Necron wife. I would not put it past Call to be like banging some fucking like Necron Pharaoh ass or some shit like for S.
It's treason
or some whatever. Like, it's treason all
He's
along.
already a fucking heretic. Might as well.
No, it's treason in a fanboy outfit.
He wasn't supposed to see that.
He wasn't supposed to see that.
It's funny because like the only faction that's like majority firstborn still would be Deathwatch.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Okay, so the thing is, right? Deathwatch is a conglomeration of all other things. Primaris Marines are not around for very long. So most of them are not consigned to the Death Watch yet.
So you think that Games Workshop wouldn't just give you a bunch of Primaris fucking... Would they give you a bunch of fucking Primaris Death Watch because?
Yeah, also, I think they already announced that Firstborn are the Firstborn are now the minority.
They're now the minority in 40k.
And so really at this point, the only Firstborns that we have remaining that are like 100% going to stay as Firstborn only are because there's definitely going to eventually be Primaris Chaos. It's just inevitable. But it's
no, they're not doing Primaris Chaos because they fucking they just upsize the models to make new models of Chaos.
That is true. They did upsize the models. Which why the fuck didn't they just do that?
Yeah, it's why just like everyone different Space Marines that had to be super soldiers.
No, so the only Firstborns remaining are now just going to be exclusively the Grey Knights and Custodes because they're special Firstborn.
Until Belisarius Call figures out how to Primaricize the Custodes.
No. Until Belisarius Call says, good news! I perfected the way to create Custodes, and now they're genuinely female looking. Look at them. Look at the truly female Custodes.
The fucking Femstodes, goddammit.
The thing that irritates me, I don't like the Femstodes, but especially since I feel like they're just ignoring the actual feminine half of the army, which is the Sisters of Silence.
Ignoring the Sisters of Silence.
It pisses me off so fucking much. Like the faction was like the faction wasn't even all male anyways because they have the fucking Sisters of Silence. They're like.
They're like, don't worry, we've added. Do not worry, peasants. We've added in your representation.
Literally the fucking female counterpart of the Custodes. Literally the female counterpart.
Working together,
ignoring them completely. Fuck off, GW. Fuck off.
Like, honestly, I actually am irritated that it's called the Custodes Codex. It should be the Emperor's Talons Codex.
It should be the Emperor's Talons. It should be the Emperor's Talons, and they should have given the Sisters of Silence a lot more love instead of just being. Speaking of vestigial limbs, the Sisters of Silence, who are just kind of here.
And it irritates the fuck out of me because they're cool fucking characters. They're cool concepts.
So the thing with Sisters of Silence, they're Assassinorum like fucking powered assassins, right? They're like super mega assassins, but they had the power of like being high-end nulls on top of that.
Oh, the Sisters of Silence had their own Aura Militant.
Ultimate, but I'm saying they're like.
To be fair, I don't remember the name.
Assassinorum level assassins. Right?
So I don't remember.
They also have like high-end null power, which makes them
you mean by their combat effectiveness?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
I don't remember the name, but I do know there is a branch of the Assassinorum that's made up entirely of like nulls.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the. I know what you're talking about.
I don't remember the name of them, but I do know that they were basically like told can't be fucking. They were told they can't have their monastery on Terra because they were interfering with the Astronomicon too much. So they're just like on the edge of the Astronomicon's reach.
I find with being female custodians that the argument for the sisters is also true.
I'm fine with female custodians existing. However,
I'm not fine with it.
I hate that they're a thing because there is already something there that they could have added onto if they really wanted female representation.
Well, like
adding female custodians there is a fucking cop-out that should not exist.
Well, the reason I don't like them existing is pretty much what you just said right there. Their representation, which is just like, one, you already have the Sisters of Silence. Two, we're really just retconning fuckloads of custodian lore just so that we can have just so you can pat yourself on the back for a bit of representation.
I'm gonna be real. I like my headcanon that custodians are just like really buff men that are oiled up at all times fucking posing, okay? That's my headcanon.
I was saying, if they would have retconned that the fucking Brava Alpha Boostas version of custodians were actually true, where they're just fucking pillar men all the time, I would have fucking accepted that far more than the fucking Femstody.
Yeah.
All the fucking time.
Also,
ever you can never change that. I'm sorry.
You peeked for a second. I could. Your mic cut out.
Yeah, you peeked a little bit there. Muffled.
What I'm saying is, they are pillarmen forever. That's all they are. I don't care what GW says. Custodians are just naked dudes posing and T-posing on the enemy, showing how much superior they are to them.
While the fucking while the Pillarmen theme song plays from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Exactly.
But I want to become true from the TTS.
In solidarity of this moment, I'm gonna look up the Pillarmen song. Give me a second.
Okay. I want the TTS version of Dorn to be true, where he's just hanging out in the with the Emperor.
It is I, Dorn.
Also, the song of the Custodes.
Anyway, I'm not cool with the Femstodes thing. It's dumb. It's pandering, and it goes against the lore, and it's redundant.
As a woman who loves like Warhammer, I'm insulted. I'm actively fucking insulted that like you would not expand upon like our
it is really insulting that you have to get the crumbs from the men's table. Like
we are getting the fucking crumbs from the men's table instead of being given a whole meal in the term of fucking like Sisters of Silence. Fuck you, GW. Fuck you and your pandering ass.
It would be cool. Like the thing is, like you look at the Sisters of Silence models and like they're really cool. Like I love the executioners.
Oh, yeah. They're so fucking cool.
Everything about the Sisters of Silence are absolutely fucking badass in every single way. And instead of getting more of their content, we're basically giving Femstodes instead. I'm looking at Femstodes like,
what's the difference between a Femstode and a Custode? Well, there's none. It's the same model.
There's none. Fuck you.
Like, wouldn't it be really cool to have new like things like the Vigilator squads, where they have fucking 2 hands Y-handed power swords. They're so cool. But they're bad because because they don't support them at all.
Yeah, and don't forget that the Sisters of Silence, they're not really they have power armor, sure, but they're not like augmented like Space Marines or anything. But they're still keeping up with the Custodes too.
Legitimately, they are the most badass woman. They're the most badass woman in the 41st millennium. Like they're the most badass of the badass. If you want girl power. If you want to show female representation at its peak, Sisters of Silence. Give it to us. We fucking deserve it. After the travesty that was Femstodes, give us Sisters of Silence content. Give it to us. We fucking deserve it. We will pay for it. Give it to us.
Fuck you guys. There's only 3 Sisters of Silence units. And that they don't have, I don't think they have a character.
It really pisses me off because Sisters of Silence are so badass. They're so fucking badass.
They have literally 1 character with the Talons of the Emperor being sold with Valerian. Yeah.
So the thing is, right? People keep saying, "Oh yeah, no, like fucking Games Workshop, like Warhammer's such a boys' club." I'm gonna point out 2 things. Sisters of Battle pull off some of the most badass, crazy bullshit in fucking existence in Warhammer 40k. Period.
No, I would always say that
they don't exist.
The people who cry out representation don't know anything about Warhammer.
Exactly. And what Femstodes is pandering to those people instead of your actual female player base who are looking at you like you're a fucking asshole for giving us Femstodes instead of freaking Sisters of Silence. Give us fucking Sisters of Silence. Give us a new fucking Sisters of Battle fucking thing. Give us something.
A new sister, like a new Sisters of Battle unit. Hell, you could. Why not make you could make an all-female guardsman regiment? They exist. And like actually do commit to the bit, but like nothing. It's just nothing.
No, they literally give us nothing. They give us like the fucking crumbs from the mail table, and you're like, you will take this and be happy. And
they decide to go the way that just pisses everyone off, except for the people that they're trying to pander to, which is insane. Like the people who like the original lore are not going to be happy with you changing the lore. The women who are involved in the hobby are not going to be happy because they know that their favorite factions are being fucking ignored and then all you get is just pandering to people who don't care about the hobby or the setting or anything of the sort.
My favorite factions is like Chaos and like AdMech and shit like that, right? Like, those are like my favorite factions. But I adore the Sisters of Silence because they do pull off some crazy stunts. They have amazing characters. They have amazing lore. Well, not Sisters of Battle. They have amazing
Sisters of Battle.
At least Sisters of Battle get some representation, right? But
yeah,
like,
I don't like the newer models so much, but I do love them. I do love a lot of their older models. For like the instance, the older Repentia, those were really cool.
Repentia is such a badass thing, though. Like literally running into battle, buck fucking naked with a chain greatsword.
Yeah, with a chain greatsword, just having some prayer tassels, just having some like prayer parchment on you.
Only your faith to protect you, and your faith is so powerful, you genuinely create miracles on the battlefield, and you survive.
I loved playing the Sisters of Battle in 8th edition, where I could buff the fuck out of the Sisters Repentia, and make them like Strength 8 and in melee, and they're fucking eviscerate your chain blades and just fucking mulch people.
They go up against a World Eater and fucking win.
Yeah, like and they were just like they were literally the definition of a glass cannon, right? Because they can't take any damage, they die immediately. But they touch anything and they're gonna mulch them.
See, that's the thing. It's a really cool unit. It's a really cool concept. Everything, I love it. Do the same shit, but with Sisters of Silence. Give us a second faction that's all woman dominated.
Yeah, it would be cool. I'd love to see it.
It would be epic. People would pay for it. It would be so fucking lucrative. But they're freaking dumb. They're freaking
What's worse is about them
assholes.
What's worse about them doing that is they're also feeding into fucking misogynistic juice bags just pandering.
Literally, yeah, literally.
I don't know what he means by that. Does he mean like the people like
so all the people who are like extra angry about like femme studies, some of them are doing it for the wrong reasons, right? They're just misogynistic assholes. And by them doing this pandering, they're basically bringing those people to the forefront, and people who agree with them, it just makes everything look more misogynistic.
Oh, you mean like it makes them more justified? It like make them look justified in their opinions.
Well, no. It literally increases the misogyny in your own area, which is supposed to be the opposite of what they're trying to do with the pandering. It has the adverse effect of what they're trying to do. Because, like, instead of giving us more of the faction that they already created, giving us, like, content we genuinely deserve, they're giving us bullshit, right? And the bullshit is pissing off a large part of their player base, which is increasing the misogyny of the player base and making it more toxic towards women in general. So by trying to be more inclusive towards women, they're actually being more toxic towards us. Because they're doing it in the completely fucked up lazy way of fucking saying femme studies exist. It's literally like, they think they're 1,000 IQ, but they're like -4 room temperature IQ.
Man, looking at the I'm looking at the Repentia squad that they made recently. Well, not recently. It's old, but like their replacement Repentia squad, they look awful. Have you seen these?
So what I feel about a lot of modern fucking models is they look worse than the old models. Most modern models don't look that great compared to the old models. The old models were just done in a more artistic style. The new models seem like they're rushed, made kind of shittily, and given to us like, hey, we want more money, so buy the shit. They don't look like something I would genuinely want as a
I would say like, detail-wise, the technology is better. They're able to put like a lot smaller details than they were on the older models, but they are just sandblasting the personality out of the models while they're making these improvements on details.
Yeah, I would say the models themselves tend to like.
It feels like it's robotically done instead of like a good artist like putting their like effort into it.
Oh, my example, because my favorite example is like I fucking. It's like, you know, the old school, like the firstborn blood claws, right? They look cool, they look nice. You can just tell by glance. Oh, there's definitely Space Wolves because like, all the trinkets, all the trimmings, they look good. Fucking like even the brand new box that they're bringing out for the Space Wolves, like, oh look, it comes with blood claw. Okay, you mean the Assault Intercessor that has maybe a skull on it or like some little thing?
Yeah,
I just slapped that. It's like no, okay. Granted, they made some like changes, so it's not like totally just. Like one-to-one with any other box.
Guys. I will be right back. Girl bladder calling. I gotta be right back.
We'll continue this conversation between us, Crookie.
Just between us. But
yeah, it's like the newest ones. I can at least pull a picture so I can look at it, so I can have it fresh in my mind as I'm looking at it. But like the newest ones and like the new box, like I did add some like I think the new chess pieces or whatever, so they're not totally just like the normal Assault Intercessors, whatever. right? But you just still, but it's like the barest minimum. It's like it's barely even worth mentioning. It's like, okay, like I'm looking at it right now. They changed like the chest pieces are really different. And they have a couple. Some of these look like they come from like the Primaris upgrade sprue, which I hate the Primaris upgrade sprue for the Space Wolves, by the way. The Firstborn Primaris upgrade sprue is honestly fucking peak. One, it also works with the Primaris because it's just the head and shoulders and some weapons, so it fits no matter what. I don't see why you would ever fucking use the Primaris one. The Primaris one is shit for the upgrade sprue for Space Wolves, but it kind of looks like outside of the chest piece, it looks like just some Primaris upgrade sprues slapped onto the new quote unquote fucking Grey Hunters and Blood Claws. I do like how they have like some beakies and stuff they're kind of showing off, and some and a couple older helmets that have like some of the Space Wolf like stuff on it, right? But at the same time, it's just like it really does just look like normal Primaris that maybe took like a trophy. Now the fucking new Wolf Guards, like the Headhunters and the Wolf Priests, like those look really fucking good. I like those. Those are fantastic. I really like them. The other half of the box set is just kind of meh.
But like I would point out, like they're able to do like a lot more like technical details. For instance, like my music stopped.
Oh no.
There we go. They're able to do a lot more technical details of like take the company heroes that they have on their storefront, where it's just like they're very detailed models. Like I would imagine like the older models with the older methods would struggle to be able to actually like have all these little rivet details and all these little stuff on them. That would be hard to show, right? But
yeah,
if I look at them compared to like the old command squad, they just don't have the same personality that the old command squad used to have.
Yeah.
Or just like in a general sense, for instance, like this applies to like all the models in general. They don't have like their new Repentia models, for instance, are technically very impressive for what they're able to get on them. The little rivets, the little sockets for power armor, lots of different details on them, but they look like women in sports outfits going onto the battlefield. They don't have that. They're not butt fucking naked with just prayer scrolls on them to protect them from.
Hear me out. I love my prayer scroll tassels. Okay, fucking give me them back.
Yeah, but the thing about that is like I heard this argument before when they first brought out they brought out the Sister Battle model, like, oh, it's dealing with sexism. Why would they need to be sexy out there in their tassels armor? Like, it's not a matter of the sexiness of it, right? It's a matter of representing the grim darkness of the setting, and
it's also an intimidation tactic. What's more terrifying?
I mean, it's not really
No,
it's not a matter of the intimidation tactics.
Someone buck naked, wearing nothing but like prayer scrolls, screaming at you in zealous fury, or someone properly dressed and doing it. Which one are you gonna be more afraid of?
It depends on the properly dressed in power armor. But like it's not a matter of them being of it just being which one's more intimidating. It's a matter of which one represents the Sisters of Battle and their faith more.
Also, repentance, they're like repenting for shit too. So it's
like it shows them being like they're repenting. It emulates the grim darkness of the setting, the zealotry of the Sisters of Battle that represents their faith, and also shows how seriously they take that faith if they have a unit whose entire thing is repenting by wearing nothing but the scrolls of the Emperor upon them.
It's very important to know, right? The power of the Sisters of Battle is from their zeal.
Yeah, it's from their faith.
It is. Anything you can show just how crazy and fanatical these people are, the better. Because all their miracles, all their power, everything they do is based on how crazy they are in their faith, how fervent they are in their faith. That's where all their power comes from.
Yeah, but it's the thing. It's the thing I'm trying to point out is that
really showcases that. It really showcases that.
Yeah, and it's the thing about that is just like it's sandblasting the edge because it's edgy, right? It's edgy stuff, but like it's sandblasting that more controversial edginess of 40K out of these newer models in favor of having more details, but having details that are just a lot more bland. They're not as interesting as the older models, because the older models had some bad models. Right? I'm still thinking of the Sisters of Battle Fox lady who looked like the blow up sex doll. Like she was awful, but all the old models had personality to them and very much represented, when you saw the models, they were just like, yep, that's 40K, that's this faction, that's Grimdark, when you would think about them. But like, take like the Penitent engines. The new Penitent engines are nowhere near as good as the old Penitent engines, though the old Penitent engines were a fucking bitch to put together. If you ever had the old Penitent engines, they're fucking awful to put together. But like,
there was a woman that was playing in that one play group. Her entire army, the thought behind it was an entire army of like repentant people, of like people from the Sisters of Battle who thought that they wronged the Emperor in some way or fashion and are just like fervently trying to repent.
Oh yeah, penitent.
And that army, I look at it every single time when I try to like think back. Like I look at it in my memories, I'm like, fuck. The amount of time and effort it took her to put that army together was astronomical. It made the Rubik Marines look like bitch meat.
But like here's a good example of what I mean. I'll put both the pictures in the Discord. Nope, that's not that one. That's not a picture. That's a fucking. I want save image. I'll put that in here. Here's the new Penitent engine, right? And then here's the old Penitent engine. Nope, that's the wrong thing again. And this is the old Penitent engine. I think the old Penitent engine looks a lot better because like it has the stylized robes of the Inquisition on the person. It has a more iconography that represents the faction better. And it just looks a lot more gritty, I guess would be the way to put it. And I probably should put it in chat, but oh well, I did not. You'll have to look up the images yourself, chat.
So I like both of them, but I think what they should have done is like obviously update the older model, maybe to like if they want to have like put the new casting technology, right? Or however this.
The problem I have with the newer model is that it doesn't really look like.
No, what I was gonna say is like as far as like updating, as I said, as up you for new casting, but you keep the same style and look and everything. But if they really want to, they can maybe like have it so you can maybe swap out so whoever's plugged in can be different. So it's not just if that was like if that's like
they only have two options though. Like that's the thing. Like you have in both, and neither one of them look like that lady on the original Penitent engine, who really just stands out as being a very looks like a woman in repent model.
The tradition of like the Penitent engine woman. There is no like proper GW model that really captures it, but they're like, if you check the artwork of a Penitent engine woman, right? Like, there is not a single model that really captures it. I remember,
that from like the third edition artwork for that. Like, yeah, there is no model that really captures that.
So I remember what the lady did was like she took a Sister Repentia model. And then she kit bashed that somehow into the Penitent engine. I don't know how the fuck she did that, but it
lots of cutting and gluing.
Fucking spot on. She was a like 3D artist.
Oh wow, this video must be almost over by now. It's 4 hours in.
We may have got like heavily sidetracked.
How about for 4 hours, I will offer you 16 minutes of video.
Yeah. It's just like when we watched Rings of Power together on stream.
Oh god,
well,
we watch Lord of the Rings.
This is legitimately why we're probably fine when it comes to TOS, because like there's so much content of us just yapping with a fucking picture screen behind us rather than anything actually going on.
Yeah, it's pretty much just a PNG at this point.
So I would like to report that the Thunderwolf Cavalry, at least so far, is still on the GW website and it's not been put under the temporary out of stock or whatever that a lot of the other ones are.
But I think I'm going to end it here for today. We got 4 hours.
We've been going on for 4 hours.
We've been going on for 4 hours.
I will say,
I want to get some food and do some stuff before I have to go do a hangout with Ray. So, let us see who is on.
I was gonna offer if you wanted to join me doing Night Rain, because that's what I am going to be doing right after this.
No, I'm gonna be doing a collab with Ray. We're doing some Halo on Legendary. What the hell is VP chat?
No idea.
Chief Job. Well, as Dawn, and she has like almost 200 people going on.
Well, if you're gonna raid out, I'm gonna jump off the shared chat and start transitioning over to Night Rain then.
Yeah. Go on ahead. I'm gonna raid. Roxy's on right now, so I'm gonna raid Roxy.
Ooh, okay.
Hey, when you go over to Roxy's area, tell her that Alyona said hi.
All right.
I'll say Alyona. I'll tell her Alyona specifically said not to say hi to you.
Don't you fucking dare! Don't you fucking dare! I love Blue Cat. I love Blue Cat.
All right, Roxy said that I need a certain viewer count in order to actually raid her.
Do you not have enough people?
Probably not.
Well, on the mod side, it says that
we were a little all over the place today, so probably whoever wants to deal with the extreme tisms probably isn't going to enjoy it that much.
According to the mod view, Crooked has one person watching, and I guess that may not be me because it says Ellie is still here.
I
guess
we'll just end the stream there today because I don't see anyone else to really raid into.
Oh wait, it says Evan's here too. I don't know why it's not. So it's, for some reason, it's at least that thing is always broken. It doesn't ever tell you how many people are actually there.
It's not really accurate anyway.
It's always broken in some way or fashion. Like
anyway, well, thank you all for coming. I appreciate you all. We'll continue this at some other point whenever we get around to it.
Look, Crooked, I wanted to nerd out for a while. It's like you are like, oh yeah, no. Whenever I talk Warhammer, all the ladies run away. I'm like, Warhammer.
You're like Warhammer? The one person. Anyway,
next time we'll actually try to stick to a topic.
Maybe, perhaps. All right.
Yeah,
see y'all later.
Sure.
Goodbye.
Yeah, sure.